Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, get your cocktails ready. All right, sound check worked. Adjust my studio here. Oops. Uh-oh. Yeah, I turned off the camera. There we go. Stupid. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Brothers and sisters. Children of all ages. I have my Time Life operator microphone on. My Britney Spears mic. Because I'm about to go over here. I'm about to go right over there and start making the whiskey go into bottles. So, quick word from...
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Yours today, indeed. Okay, that looks like good video we got over there. All right, it is now time to do the thing. So what we've got going on is right here behind the camera, right here over my shoulder, is our bottling barrel where we just put all of our whiskey into it. I'll have this filter right here, this final thin mesh filter. I'm going to rinse it out. I'm going to spray it with water, clean it out a little bit. Make it nice and clean and ready to go. I'm also going to open my door so that people can see me working. And come in and get a bottle or reserve a bottle if they are so inclined. Now, the goal tonight is to get at least 10 cases done. We're going to have a problem with that door, aren't we? Okay, I think we'll be all right. No, we're not going to be good. I'm going to have to turn the camera. I'm going to have to turn the camera so that we don't have that. Let's go over here. I didn't want to have my back to the camera the whole time. But I don't think I'm going to have a choice. Let me see what I can do with this. Maybe I'll be able to move it this way. Be able to put it like right here. Now it's still going to get that door, and the door is the problem. Maybe there? No, it still has the door. All right, let me see what I can do. Maybe I could put it at more of an angle, or okay, maybe I could do that. I think I have it solved. See, this isn't going to be a problem after dark. Hi, camera. How are you? This isn't going to be a problem after dark at all. Go this way. We have more. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's move it back this way a little bit so I can actually get through the space. So we have a pathway, a walkway to get through. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Okay, so we got the angle. Move computer over. Still good. All right, I think we're set. Cuckoo. All right, I think we're set. Okay. So 100% of the goal right now is going to be to get these empty bottles here filled with whiskey from this machine. But first thing first, I'm going to have to calibrate the machine. So our mesh filter here is clean. The backflow preventer is tight and sealed. Looks good. All right, it's going to be a little bit noisy. It's got to get the air bubbles out of the system first. So we got to run it once. It's all should be getting the air bubbles out. I don't think it got all the air bubbles out. That's why I had that board over here. I remember now. It's been a minute. I just got to remember how I podge together systems until I can get a full setup. All right, I'm going to try this real quick. Last air bubble. Still pumping air bubbles. I don't like this. All right. As you may recall, I am the Old Humble guy. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company. We're a very small operation. Usually a one-man shop. We do have volunteers who come in and help us out on occasion. Gurgle, gurgle, splatter. Okay, something's not working right. I think it's this backflow preventer is not plugged in correctly. The CrossFit guys are going at it right now. You can hear them over here, all the way across the parking lot. They're getting swole. There we go. Try it again. Huh. We're having a hell of a problem here. Let's try it upside down for a second. Now flip it back over. This is not good. This is not good. But it's not impossible to fix. It's actually quite easy to fix this problem. And the way we fix this problem, by removing this right here, getting a little bit wet, and putting it back. There's always little things that happen, little things that go wrong, little things that go right. Little things that go unexpectedly right, little things that go unexpectedly wrong. Always got to be able to roll with those punches. Life in general, business specifically. Still getting a little bit too much air in the system for my liking. See if that fixed it. Nope. Still getting some air in the line. Where's it coming from? Oh, it's coming from right there. I see it. I actually see it coming into the line. This is going to be easy to fix. Stupid damn things. Okay, so I've got this gasket here, a crimping, or those little crimping metal collars. And all I need to do is loosen it a little bit, adjust the way it sits on the hose here. I've got to adjust the hose, right? Get it back on the hose, tighten it up. And we should be good to go. Should be. Oh, nope, there's another leak. Right there on the side of the backflow valve. I see the air bubbling in. All right, let's see if I can fix that now. It's right there. But it's not this, is it? No, it's this. Okay, get you there. All right, this should be the last bit. Should be, but we'll see. No, it's definitely coming in right here. Still. How the fuck do I stop that from happening? Let's see here. Short of gluing it. That is definitely not something I want to do. Why is it doing this? This is going to be a problem. If I can't solve this problem right now, this is going to be a long, problematic day. A weather advisory service notification from Alexa. Thanks, Alexa. Maybe it's coming from here. Clean this up. All right, did that do it? One more spot. All right, I think we're good. I think I found the leaky spot. I fixed it. I will know for sure. Nope, not a solution yet. We're getting better. So a little bit of gurgling coming in there. Testing. Hear this? Yeah, we're good. This is troublesome, making me very frustrated and worried. Wonder if I could just put plumber's tape around it. I'd rather not, but I could. Maybe that's what it takes to solve the problem. It is not supposed to be coming out like that. All right. Plan 2. Full disassembly. Had to go mute my microphone and cuss for a second. All right. Gotta find this leak. So we've got a problem. We've got a little leak, and it's causing a big headache. And it is here on that thing somewhere, somehow, and I got to get it out of there. Somewhere, somehow. One of these pliers will do the trick. All right. Sometimes, when you run your own business, you're a plumber. Sometimes you're an electrician. Sometimes you're a salesman. Sometimes you're a manufacturer. Sometimes you do all of those things. Sometimes you do none of them. That's just how it goes. And today, I get to be a plumber. All right. And make sure I plug this thing in correctly again. Make sure my inflow goes into the in, my out goes into the out. Inspect my hoses. We have a leak in the hose right there. So I'm going to trim that down by a little bit with my handy dandy. Do I have that tool here for hose trimming? I have a tool for hose trimming. This will do. It's not designed for hose trimming, but it'll work. No, it won't. The fuck is wrong with me? I have a pipe cutter, which is what I need for this particular application. But I don't know if I have it in this toolkit or my toolkit at home. And it would appear that I have it in my toolkit at home. So I will then use my other tool specifically for this application, which is a sharp pocket knife. Problem solved. No plumbing tape required. Cheers to chat. If anybody's there, I assume people are. We are currently about 5.5 hours behind on the 72-hour program. All right, this is okay. So our 72-hour live stream may be a 67-hour live stream, but I think I can make up some of the time. Maybe I'll do a little bonus time on Friday to make it the full 72. Maybe, maybe not. We shall see. So I gave the hose a little circumcision, cut the tip off. That's all. There was a hole in it. So this should solve the problem. I don't see the bubbles coming through. Double check and make sure we're not all foamy. I think we might still have a bit of a problem. And I may have to get the plumber's tape to solve this problem because I just don't think it's solving itself. Although I'm not seeing bubbles come through now. So we may be in good shape. There it is. Oh, nope, there's a bubble again. Fresh foam coming in. Where's it coming in? All right, stop. You're not solved yet. I haven't solved your problem yet. Who do we got in here? Great shots in the house. Cheers, Mr. Great Shot. Oh, video froze. See if I can fix that. There we go. Screen is frozen. It's only frozen for a few minutes, that's all. That's for all 87 viewers. Happening over here. All right, we're fixed. I fixed it. Okay, so we're having a bit of a technical difficulty with this machine right here. We are pulling air into the valve, and I can't figure out where that air is coming from. It was coming from this hose right here. It's pulling a little bit from the hose, which is bad, but it's a little leak in the hose. I cut off the tip and solved that problem. So that was part of it. But now we're still getting this foamy. It's not supposed to do that. And it looks like it's pulling in a little bit of air here on the side. So what I'm going to do is, something I don't want to do, but what I think needs to be done. Come on, drain. Oops, sorry about that. That might have jammed up the video again. No, we're good. Okay, so what I think I need to do is I think I need to, it looks like there's a chip. So I need to get my plumber's tape, the silicone plumber's tape that I have over here, and just wrap that up and give it a good seal. What the hell is this? Oh. I thought I had plumber's tape in here. Are you kidding me? I might have to go to the fucking store and get plumber's tape. Of all the dumb things to be inexplicably out of in a distillery. Now, I know I've got some. I'm not going to the store for this. I know I've got some somewhere. If I gotta spend the next 3 hours looking for this shit, I'll find it, as it is almost certainly here in my toolboxes. Where in my toolbox now? That's a good question. But it is certainly in my toolboxes. Not there. Drawer number 3. Nope. Is it up here? In this mess? No. I mean, it's certainly stuck. There we go. There's nothing on there to cause a problem. There's no reason for it to have done this. All right, let me find this plumber's tape. That's the only thing I can think of that'll really solve this problem. Get that silicone tape, wrap it up. I cannot believe, of all the dumb things to misplace and lose here in the distillery, the silicone tape. I probably use the silicone tape more than any other specific item here in the distillery. Hey, what's up, Mama? We're live streaming on YouTube right now. Hey, hang on, let me take the mic off. So we're bottle up Boomtown Bourbon. You're back in town. Haven't seen you in a while. I'll see you around soon. That was pretty cool. So the guy who owns the building, my landlord, Martin, he has been in Czechoslovakia for probably the last 9 months. Bingo! Maybe longer. Visiting family. Not Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. A visiting family. He just popped in and said hi. That was kind of cool. All right. Give me one good wrap. That should solve my problem. I think. At this point, it's kind of the only guess that I have. I mean, I don't really have any other good ideas. So, let's see if this works. And if that's the case, I may just need to get a new one of those things. There it goes. Nice and clear. It worked. All right. It worked. So it looks like I need a new, that filter's failing. Just in general. That's fine, though. No problem. All right. So problem solved, guys. It's time to get to work. Mr. Great Shot, welcome to the party. Square Table, welcome to the party. I thought I saw Mr. Jiggs. I will peruse chat in just a moment. It's always important to warn people when they pop into the distillery that we are live, so they know. Square Table's in the house. Great Shots in the house. All right, so you can probably see. Let me see if I can turn this a little bit more. I can't really because of the door. Yeah, it gets really dark because of the light. But you can see, just at this angle, how much clearer this is. Because what was happening is there was just like foam coming in through here because there was a little bubble coming in on the side. So it's pulling in air here and pulling in air here. Can you even see that? Yeah, pulling in air here and here. So it was getting like this stream of bubbles coming in. And actually, I may have solved a couple of other problems with this. But we're going to put the bottles here. Here. So, time to just I need to get my corks off the table, and I need to bring my time down from 27:05 to 27:00. And maybe that'll help the calibration as well, because I think I might have solved another problem that I was having of it just overfilling by just a little bit, or having this persistent bubble come through. There was like a persistent bubble coming through the line, and it would float between my four output mouths here. So one would be higher than another, and it would be lower than another. So I had to kind of overfill one to accommodate the other two. But it appears that kind of solved the problem. Give it 2 more milliseconds there. It kind of solved the problem. Oh, nice little byproduct of a persistently annoying little problem. All right, cool. Get my tools out of the way. I'm just going to put them right here for now. And that goes with it. I looked in my bag twice before I found that plumber's tape. 2 times. Felt like my My 10-year-old. Oh, I can't find my shoes. I don't know where my shoes are, Dad. I can't find them. Vanessa Kitty's back in the house. Woohoo! I can't find my shoes. I don't know where they could possibly be. Did you look on the floor in your bedroom? Yeah, I looked everywhere in my bedroom. Did you look in the middle of the floor in your bedroom? Well, yeah, I looked everywhere in my bedroom. What about right here in the middle of your floor in your bedroom? Yeah, like right there in the middle of the floor where those two things are that are shaped like your shoes. Did you look there? Because that might be where your shoes are. I love my kids, really do. They're just exasperating sometimes. So we are in the midst of a 72-hour live stream. The goal of this particular live stream is to get all of our bourbon prepared and ready for its release on January 27th. That is just about perfect. Look at that. It's right up to, this one's a little bit high, but it is right up to the edge. I'm super duper happy. I solved two problems. It's right. Those are dead even with each other. Right where it's supposed to be. Loving it. But I've got 10 cases lined up over here, ready to go. The goal for this afternoon is, to get 10 cases completely finished. Bottled, labeled, sealed, the whole nine. Get the whole shebang done. And then we can play. That means tomorrow I'll be able to get the other 7 to 10 cases done. And with the other 7 to 10 cases, I can't decide if I should have the camera there or if I should have the camera there. I kind of feel like this is where I'm going to be doing most of the work because this is automated. I think I'm going to move the camera back over here and put it like right over my... yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it back over here. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Here's my production booth, by the way. There's the tasting room area. There's my bar. And the production booth. I built this, remember when I built this on that live stream the one time? There's the whole booth. You see me? So I would be right here. And the band would be over there. And I'm sitting here listening and talking and doing all the stuff. And tap. So I'm going to move the camera. I'm going to turn it about another 45 or so degrees. Mr. Great Shot, I am bottling up our legendary Boomtown Bourbon. It is getting ready for its big debut at the end of this week. Let's get you turned this way. I think that's where I need it to be. Now I'm going to move this production booth a little bit further forward. Move the production booth forward, please and thank you. Because unfortunately, everything is wired. Nothing is wireless. Everything is plugged in. So everything has to be shifted and adjusted, and it's all tied to the production booth. Okay, that's not where I want it to be. I want it to be a little bit further back. So let me move around a little bit. I want it to be kind of like that, I think. So it's over. Yeah, that's it. That's what I want. That's the shot. That's the shot. All right. Production booth moves in. There we go. Everything's beautiful. And the video's working. Thank you, Mr. Great Shot. So now, y'all, I'll be able to talk and look into the camera and talk to y'all. And I could even take my phone over here and watch and participate in chat. Oh, shit. Well, you don't have to be plugged in right now. You can come all the way over here. Yeah. So that gives me the chance to actually see chat. Oh yeah, enough talk. Let's get to work. Right, Mr. Great Chat. Time to get to work. What do I do with my pocket knife? There it is. All right. Time to get this party crack-a-lackin'. All right. The problem isn't perfectly solved with the wandering bubble, but it's very close to solved. 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, hit the button. All right. So this little machine here is known as the Glengarry Glen Ross because it is for closures. Also, can I interest you in a subscription to Time Life magazine? Thank you. Hi, can I interest you in a subscription to Time Life magazine? Thank you. CrossFitter here walking across the parking lot. She's not supposed to be walking to the gym. They're supposed to run to the gym, aren't they? Honest to God, I miss being in CrossFit. I miss having a thing to tell people about. Like, oh, what do you do? I'm in CrossFit. That's a very full bottle there. That's troublesome. We're getting a little bit of bubbly still in these bottles. A little bit. See the difference in color there. This one's got some suds in it. It's not supposed to have suds. This is bourbon, not beer. Getting a little bit. There's a little bit of air sneaking into this, sneaking into the system. A little bit of air sneaking into the system. I don't like that. But all in all, doing okay. I'll show you the robots. Hang on a second. Right, enough talk. Get ready to work. Need some whiskey robots. Color's looking nice. And thank you very much, Top Shelf. I'm quite pleased with how the colors turned out. It's a little darker than previous iterations, which is fantastic. I've wanted my bourbon to be just a little bit darker than it had been before. A little bit just a shade darker, you know? It had that nice light caramel color, but I wanted to have just a little bit darker color than light caramel. Maybe dark caramel. I'm very satisfied with how this is all turning out. Very satisfied. Not to mention the fact that it tastes fabulous. It really does. It's not too bitter. You know, you have some bourbons have that bite to them. It doesn't have that bite. It's buttery smooth, but not smooth without character. It's just smooth without any of that offensive aggravation that you get from. There's a little bit of. I can't tell if it's the bottle or if it's the. There's a little bit of foam coming through still. Something's in the line that's causing problems. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. But that's a problem for tomorrow me to work out. As of right now, the bottle line is working fine. But I figure I got 10 cases here. I can run 3 hours of filling, corking, sealing. We get done with the sealing if I got time left before. Oh, what I want to do is at 8 o'clock. Ooh, ow. Ooh, ow. Shit. Ow. Look at this. I busted my knuckles on something. Do you see that? Can you see that? Busted my knuckle on something. Wouldn't be a big deal generally, but just had whiskey drip into the cut. That hurt like a bitch. So anyway, I want to go maybe 9 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock. I'll do this until 8 or 9 o'clock. I may need to take another break because I got my son's cell phone here. I need to activate it and do all the stuff. And I don't want to activate his phone at midnight and give it to him in the morning. I'd like to give him his phone for dinner tonight. So that he could have time to contact his friends on his friends list and move over his contacts and back up his phone and download his back up his old phone and download the backup of his old phone onto his new phone. You know, do all the things. Knock this down one more to 1. Those hundredths of a second make a big difference. God damn, this looks delicious. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. It's 5. Get you out of the way. Over here. All right. All right. 1/100th is not enough. 1/100th is not enough. But I do have this traveling bubble, and it's pissing me off. I had a buddy of mine who is a buddy of mine who's an engineer who would come and help me out with the bottling, and he was so anal about the whiskey levels. It was funny because he would take forever to fill the bottles. You know, it's 27.05 seconds to fill 4 bottles, but homeboy would take a minute because he would sit there and inspect each one. And I mean, they're pretty damn close. You know, they're all pretty close. I'm okay, but he would be to the millimeter. So frustrating. Because I'd be sitting over here on the cork. Oh, I wouldn't be on the corker. I was on the sealing gun, the heat gun, just waiting on him. Like, come on, Carl. Then he'd get it dialed in and he'd just start flying. And then I'd be behind. And then he moved down to Victoria. Got him a fancy job and a fancy office with a fancy power plant, I think, or a refinery or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need room for 4 more bottles. And I need to refinish my tables too. The alcohol on my tables has worn my shellac off the table. Bet y'all didn't know that alcohol would wear out shellac. I didn't know that. Found out. Now I got to fix it. I had a big lunch, so I'm not going to have to stop for dinner. Did not have much of a breakfast, only an Egg McMuffin. I'm a little worried about. So if I spend the night here, I'm a little worried about figuring out breakfast and lunch. I don't have to spend the night here because I could get started probably at 6, but I'm a little bit nervous about the labeling process. If I get it all bottled up tonight, man, let me look at chat. I think in CrossFit you have to walk on your hands while you're cell testing. Preacher, just to save Jesus. I don't already have robots, Joey, but I would love to have robots. Do I vat all the barrels first or vat in batches for each release? I vat all the barrels together because, well, I vat all the barrels for each release together. So all of these, well, I put them in 50-gallon batches. So we have 50 gallons. I put them in 50-gallon batches because that's how much the blending barrel holds, or the bottling barrel holds. All of my blending barrels are 50-gallon barrels. So I batch everything together in 50-gallon batches. If I could do larger amounts, I would. But at the moment, I mean, I guess I could. I've got those large bright storage tanks over there. I could transfer everything into those, but I can't. I don't know how to proof. I don't have any system to measure proof easily in those big ones. In those big tanks that I have, I don't have any system to get in there and like pour some out and test it, and then, I mean, I guess I could. I've just never done it that way. I've never needed to do it that way because I can do it in 50-gallon batches, and a 50-gallon batch is pretty manageable as far as production goes, because we're talking about number of bottles, labeling it, corking it, doing all the stuff. I'm doing a 50-gallon batch is about 20 cases, give or take, 17 to 20 cases. This is a little bit more than 50 gallons. It's 56 gallons. So I should get right about 20 cases, 19 to 20 cases, give or take. That's a manageable week's worth of work, a manageable 4 or 5 days to get all of that done and put together and bottled and batched and boxed up. And then I have a batch of 20 cases ready to go, ready for the distributor to come and pick them up. Speaking of which, I need to do my glamour shot. Frozen. Nope, we're not frozen. We're good. Am I frozen? Am I frozen? I see me moving over there. What's going on? Sand the table down, use epoxy. That's not a bad idea, actually. What's going on? Oh, it might just be my internet connection being stupid again. How many batches? Yeah, it's my phone. My internet connections. You're doing great, Comcast. You're just doing fantastic. Let me open up YouTube again. Get right back at it. Hey, turn off the Wi-Fi again. And poof, everything's better. Okay, so back to chat. See what we got. Sorry about that, guys. The mash bill is 72%. 72% corn, 19 and 9 between malted barley and 19 rye, 9 malted barley. So 72, 19, and 9. It's a traditional tri-grain Kentucky style whiskey, heavy weighted on the corn to give it a little bit of a Texas style to it. Aged in small barrels because we are a craft distillery and I am poor, so I can't afford to age it in the large barrels. However, I do have plans over the course of the next few years, as we get our equipment fully up and running and the product out the door, to start moving our Boomtown Bourbon into full-size 50-gallon barrels. Periodically putting a batch into a full 50-gallon barrel. Ooh, hello. You almost caused a naughty problem, mister. But I want to put, separate our production into 2 barrels or 2 batches. The craft batch and the straight bourbon. Do a straight bourbon batch and a craft bourbon batch. So our Texas craft bourbon will be aged 6 to 9 months in 5-gallon barrels. And our Texas straight bourbon whiskey will be aged 5 to 7 years in 50-gallon barrels. I don't know if I'll keep them both as Boomtown Bourbon. Maybe have Boomtown and Boomtown Reserve straight bourbon whiskey. Boomtown Especial, maybe, I don't know, but kind of have one of them with like a silver label, one with the silver logo, one with the gold logo. This one keeps spurting all over the place, and we're still getting a little bit of dribbly bits into the whiskey. This one's being a little bit light, a little bit more there. Everything good? Everything copacetic? I think I may need to push it back up to 2. But I've got 2 limited editions coming out that are all about the label and nothing about or one of them's about the whiskey, one of them's about the label. Our 72-hour blackout bourbon made with captured rainwater from the 2021 freeze that caused a 72-hour blackout. So it is made with even more special water than So it's got the 72-hour blackout water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more row. Then we are set. And then another one that'll be timed for April, opening month of the baseball season. That'll have an orange colored label. And our very own millionaire philanthropist, gambling addict, Mattress Mac featured on the label. In fact, the guy who came up with that graphic is a friend of mine, and he will be coming into studio Wednesday night or Wednesday afternoon, sometime Wednesday. He'll be coming into the studio. Well, 19.9 and 18.10. That's the same number, right? 19.9, 18.10. Yeah, that still equals 100. Yeah. You make me question my math there. D. But one of the benefits of switching the rye over to corn in that grain bill, going 19 rye and 9 barley, is we get all the flavor. We get the flavor of the rye, but it's not so overpowering. If it's whatever, like 51, 25, 25, or 60, 30, 10, or whatever the breakdown is that they need to do. I mean, they need to have some barley in there to help with the conversion process, unless they're malting their corn. Look at that. That was so damn high. Inconsistency. I would like to get a better bottle filler, but that's not in the capital plan at the moment. 100% of the capital plan is steam generator installation and assembly to finish the production sequence out. But all in due time. All in due time. Now I got to get my glamour shot real quick. Video. All right, solid 15. All right, that'll go into a reel. Oh no, it can't go into a reel. I did it the wrong direction. I did it sideways, not vertical. Shit, I got to do it vertical next. One more with its vertical. Anyway, try this one more time. Video. All right, good solid 30-second video. Everybody's happy. A little bit more juice, a little bit more juice. There we go. Beautiful. 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 And maybe tonight I'll be drinking my own personal stash of cask strength bourbon. Oh, Brown Foreman does it. Okay. That's pretty cool, I guess. I mean, they can do it. I'll let them. I'm in no rush, Mr. Great Shot. Maybe, oops, did I just turn off my damn? No, I'm good. Maybe for Christmas. Maybe for Christmas. No, you made me question the math. I didn't think you were questioning math. I questioned the math. I was like looking at it like, wait a minute. Um, I'm I'm not personal like right now I don't have enough production to be able to do a cask strength. And I'm not generally a fan of cask strength, but or even high proof for that matter. But I've made 2 bottles right out of the barrel this afternoon, and they're yummy. Not gonna lie, they're yummy. So I can be convinced to do something more than 90 proof, but it'd be a limited release, probably a Christmas release. Um, Probably a Christmas release if we do it. Uh, just about 150 bottles or 200 and something bottles, maybe. A gross, isn't that a dozen dozens? 144 bottles. 144 bottles is a dozen, right? So, I mean, I could be convinced. I'm not, I'm not opposed to anything ever. I just, I'm not opposed to anything forever. Let me put it that way. Because, don't get me started on fucking Brussels sprouts. That shit could just go right to hell. Back to the devil's nutsack where it came from. But yeah, I mean, and one of the best ways to convince me, one of the best ways to convince me is to feed me a high proof alcohol that I like. And I had one earlier. Nice little 110 proof, fresh out of the cask. Delicious. Where are my bottles at? I got them around here somewhere. Did I put them on my desk already? Where'd I put them? Where did I put my bottles? They got to be around here somewhere. Oh, here they are. I probably ought to label them so I don't lose them. No, I'm not going to show them to you, but I probably ought to label them so that I don't lose them. My Comcast sales rep called me right before I started this. She saw that the phone had been delivered. I've been waiting on that phone. She saw that the phone had been delivered. Been waiting on the phone for a week. It was supposed to come in last week, but they had a problem with the phone that I got. So then we had to get a new one shipped. Uncool. But like 2 hours after it gets delivered, she calls me. I'm like, I can't talk, but got the phone and I'm going to activate it tonight, probably between midnight and 3 a.m. And she's like, oh. Like, yeah, Andrea, not everybody keeps banker's hours. But she's a good person. She's done good. She's done good to help us. I'm very, very happy with the help that she's given us. Comcast Wi-Fi kind of sucks. That modem kind of sucks. But the internet works fine. Where are we at? Oh, Home and Hearth with Jules. Welcome to the party, Home and Hearth. And the ECBP. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll take it. Um, like I said, if You know good and goddamn well I've got a personal stash, Mr. Great Shot. Uh, I have personal stashes stashed all over the place. Uh, I've got a bottle of my barrel proof rye. Uh, I've got um, a bottle from our second batch of Boomtown Bourbon. This is batch number 2. The first batch that had this label on it, the Old Humble label, batch number 2, a classic. I've got all of my commemorative bottles. I've got bottles of Special Reserve and straight whiskey kind of stashed around. I've got and by commemorative bottles, I mean like empty labeled bottles that are commemorative bottles for the distillery. First one off the line, first one in the new facility, first one of a new brand. All of those bottles that have absolutely no value unless we go out of business, I guess. I don't know. But even then, I'm not sure if they have value because it's just another failed distillery, right? And the goal is to be around forever and have those in a trophy case or special bottles or commemorative bottles. Goal is to be around for my great grandkids, I guess. If I can't be there, at least we could be there in spirit, right? Looks like we might get 20 full cases out of this. I mean, the typical rule of thumb is to take gallons and multiply it by 5, right? So if I have 56 gallons, multiply that by 5, it should be something like 280 bottles, right? I mean, 50 times 5 is 250. 5 times 6 is 30. Should be 280 bottles. I have plenty of bottles. So I have all the supplies that I need. I have plenty of labels, plenty of bottles, plenty of corks. Assuming the whiskey holds out, we should be fine as far as actual production goes. That's the full length. We're right out at the halfway point. Fingers crossed. We may have. I was banking on 15 cases, 180 bottles. But if we have 25, 280 bottles, that's gonna be nice. What is 25 cases? Is that 280? No, 25 cases would be 240, 265. I mean, that'd be nice. I'd be happy with that. I hope we sell out this weekend. I like nothing more than telling my distributor, you got to wait another 6 weeks because they bought every drop of whiskey that I have. There's been more than one occasion where I've like held a couple of cases back from the distributor. They wanted to take everything I had and bring it to Specs or whatever, and I was like, no, I got to sell some of it on site. I've got tours coming up, man. Did I freeze again? Looks like I froze. Yeah, let me fix that. Ugh. I can fix that. Deactivate, reactivate. I don't know what's causing it to freeze. There it is. I don't know what's causing it to freeze like that. Home and Hearth with Jules gave her channel a name. Well, cool. That's cool. Channels need names. It looks good. It looks real good. 56 gallons should be 282.6 in a perfect world. Yeah, that's what I mean. Something like that. 280 something gallons or 280 something bottles. So hopefully, fingers crossed. I mean, if that's the case, we're going to have plenty to give to our distributor. Let me go down to the PIP. If that's the case, we're going to have plenty to give to the distributor. I'll be able to sell as much as I possibly can because from what it currently we've got, I had sold about a third of what we were going to have if it was 50. I sold 5 cases already in the pre-sale, which means I should probably sell equal to or twice that on Friday and Saturday of people just coming in to get it. But what we've done in the pre-sale is you pay $10 and I'll hold on to your $10. You can prepay $10 of your there it is. See, it froze again. Look at that. You can prepay $10 of the price of your bottle, and the bottle's $60, so you prepay $10. So that when you come in on Friday or Saturday this week, you can pay the balance, the remaining $50, pick up your bottle and go. It'll be sitting in a bag, have your name on it. You're set. But if you can't make it in Friday or Saturday, then we'll hold on to it until the end of February. That $10 holds your bottle till the end of February, so that you can come in anytime during February, either by appointment or during our regular hours, and pick up your bottle then, pay the full price, and get your bottle that way. I can't control what they do at Total Wine or Specs when they pick up the bottles and bring them out to their store, but most of the places where you go, the independent shops, they're going to sell it at exactly what I sell it at. But yeah, Mr. Great Shot, it is currently only a distillery release, but that's only because of what I have available. Whatever doesn't sell goes in the boxes and goes out to the distributor, and they're going to take it to Total Wine. They're going to take it to Total Wine and Specs. I have 6 stores at Specs that carries the Boomtown Bourbon, and then something like 30 stores across Texas. So you're in Austin. You'll get. You're in Austin. You'll likely have it in the Austin market. Handle as entirely possible that what's going to happen in March is I'm going to go on the road show. Once the bottles get into stores, I'm going to take my road show out and start doing the tastings all over the state through March and April and into May. So half the time I'm going to be here at the distillery. They're still live, yeah. Half the time I'll be here at the distillery doing my bottling, and the other half I'll be on the road doing the selling, and then alternate and come back and do more. Got to turn that product through, pull it through the shelves. So if I end up in the Austin area, follow our Twitter, follow our Facebook, follow all the places where I make these announcements, so you'll know where I'm at and when I'm there. And then you can meet me in the store, and I'll sign your bottle. Every bottle that I sell gets signed. Every bottle that I sell, whether it's here at the distillery or out on the road, every bottle I personally sell, I personally sign. So there you go. Let me move this over. Nope, not that one. This one. That needs to be moved over just a little bit. There. Okay. Art by Sparkle's in the house. Cheers, Art by Sparkle. Welcome to the party. Okay, now time to crack out the heat gun and seal these 10 cases of bottles. And once I seal these bottles, I'm going to move them. I guess I need to get that table set up. Okay, time to get to work. What time is it? How long did that take me? Oh, just about an hour. Not bad. Hour, hour and a half. Not bad. Okay. What's he doing? I can't see what he's doing. What's he doing? What the hell was that? That was my. I heard a honk outside. It was my van. I bumped my keys on the table and made my horn go honk outside. Okay. So I announced a giveaway this week or last week. So I was going to take one golden ticket and draw it from people who bought golden tickets to reserve their bottles, hoping that that would increase the number of sales of bottles, of pre-sales. But it has done nothing like that. The number of pre-sale bottles has stayed the same. I bought. I think there was. I think we sold. No, it hasn't stayed exactly the same. We sold 5 additional bottles. That was it. I thought we would sell more, but it's very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. So what I'm doing off camera over here is I am cleaning up the table that has just odds and ends and junk and stuff. So cleaning that table up so that I can use it for stuff and things. Things and stuff and stuff and things. That's the stuff that we need to use it for. One of those? One of these? What the hell are these for? Audio cables. Huh. I've got a box with 2 audio cables in it that I didn't even know I had. North Houston. What the hell is this? Oh, Guitar Center. All right. What's this? Gaming and education. Huh. USB-C. That's not a power cable. It's a connecting cable. And there may be a whole aspect to my audio board here that I didn't know about. Okay, but anyway, I'm over here. This table just has odds and ends and stuff on it. I have a lead pipe. I have this on the table. I'm cleaning this off. Why is it on that table? I don't know. I am going to put it over here with my steam generator supplies, though, because that's where it really needs to be. We've got a couple of barrels that are here for decoration. Couple of barrels that are here for decoration. Just got some stuff, and I need to get this table cleaned off so that I can move the table to the place where I need to use the table. And rather than move the camera, which would be smart to be able to do this on screen, I just figured I'd do it and get it done and not futz around with the camera, because I'll be done in just a second. And then I'll be able to bring the camera back, or the table over here, and do the other stuff. Crowbar Now, the reason I had the lead pipe over there is the same reason I had the crowbar over there. I needed to use the crowbar to pop some boards off, but I needed extra leverage on the crowbar. So I had to have the lead pipe to give myself a little bit extra leverage. I also ended up bending that crowbar and having to use that lead pipe to bend it back. So if you ever get asked if you know somebody who is dumb enough to mess up a crowbar, you can answer, yeah, I know that guy. He makes whiskey, and he is dumb enough to mess up a crowbar. That's me. Boy, you so dumb you can mess up a crowbar. Yes, sir, Mr. Blacksher. That's correct. Blacksher was my band director when I was in high school. An insufferable old man, but one of the best teachers I ever had. He taught me how to walk with rhythm. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. All right. I'm coming. I'm almost there. Almost there. There's a lot of shit on this table. A lot of junk on this table that needs to be cleaned off. I got spare bottles and just junk. But the table is on wheels because I may be many things, but interested in dragging a table around on concrete is not one of those things. Now, if I had done this right, I would have put some kind of a pulling device, some handles or a rope or something on this table to make it easier to move and control. But I did not do that. No. Because while I may not be interested in dragging things around, I am also not one to think ahead very much. So, obviously, I didn't do that. See, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Da, da, ba, da, ba, 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 da, da, da. All right. Is the table coming into view yet? Almost into view. Okay. Pull this side over a little bit. See, what's really cool about these tables is once I get them loaded, I can just roll bottles anywhere I want to in the distillery. They're good to go. Once I get it started, bottles can go anywhere. And there's a chill, a distinct chill coming through the distillery right now. There's my table. All right. You're reserving your bottle now. Thank you, Mr. Great Shot. You know, it's only a 2 or 3 hour trip from Austin. What, 2.5, 3 hours? It's only like it's a pretty easy trip to get here. I mean, just saying. You're welcome to come and visit. Like this weekend, be great. I think if we sell any more bottles, there it was. Just came through on my phone. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Shout out to you, superstar. But if we sell a few more bottles, I'll have Nathaniel Holschler. I'm going to reach out to him and see if I can get if I sell a few more bottles on the pre-sale. I'll hire up a musician to come in here on Saturday and party with us. And then we'll have a reason to have cocktails and Do a few more pre-sales. I'll have a maybe I'll get a food truck out here. Maybe order up maybe a. It's just hard to get food trucks on short notice. Last minute food trucks on short notice. Those guys are usually booked up weeks in advance. Who dat? Slade. Remote tomorrow. Okay, so Slade may not be here physically. I may have to do remote tomorrow evening. That's no problem. I can do that. We're supposed to have bad weather tomorrow night? That sucks. That kind of sucks. But hopefully it'll get it all out of its system tonight, tomorrow night, Thursday night, and we won't have to worry about it Friday and Saturday. Because Friday, Saturday bad weather would suck. Because the road out here is already bad enough. When it rains, it gets nasty. Man, the weather just sucks. And when the weather sucks and it rains, it gets nasty. The road just gets even worse. Ugh, it's brutal. So yeah, there's a distinct chill coming in right now. It's not. It wasn't supposed to get higher than 69 degrees, but it looks like the nice. Looks like the sun has dipped behind the clouds, possibly behind the tree line. Because I am not seeing I'm not seeing any sunlight outside right now. I'm just seeing shadows. All right, first half ready to go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Well, shit. Come on. All right. Let's do this. In the words of the great poet, Young MC, let's do this. It takes two to make the thing go right. Boom, boom, boom. It takes two to make it out of sight. Ba-do-do-do-do. It takes two to make the thing go right. All right, where are we at? Rain. I'll hold on to it. Don't worry. If you get out here next weekend after, no problem. I'll hold on to it, my man. Promise. But that was the other thing, because the distributor wanted all of our stock. I wanted to make sure that we had that people could get their bottles, and even if they couldn't be here on release day, I wanted to be sure that they could get their bottle a couple weeks after, because even the next batch is almost completely spoken for when it comes to distribution. Because the next batch is going to be bigger. Go over there. The next batch is going to be larger than this batch, because the next batch is going to be 3 times this size. Coming out in just about 2-3 more weeks. It's going to be 3 times this size. But again, spoken for. You know, between Total, Twin, Goody, Specs, and everybody else, they're spoken for. So, and I'm hoping we can get into the same stores that we have our rye. The rye's in 15 stores with Specs. I'm hoping we can get the expansion of the product line. Into the same stores as everywhere else. Um, yeah, so there you go. All the way. One to drink and one to keep. Go ahead, get that other one. And I'm going to be doing a drawing on Thursday night. Um, I guess I should pin the link here in chat, shouldn't I? Come on. There it is. Copy. Pin the link right there. Come on. Paste. There it is. The link is pinned. If you want to buy one of these, it's right there. You can reserve it. I can't ship it. These are just definitely in-store pickups right now. This is just a reservation to hold it through the end of February. But if you come out here on opening day, it's basically a down payment. Gave it a little bit too much of a nudge that time. Also, we can always arrange for a person-to-person shipment. You know, the distillery can't ship, but I have associates, Lisa, Carl, me, my wife, my kid. No, not my kids. They're too young. Um, but I'm happy to go down to the store, buy you a bottle, and ship it for you. There's a shipping premium, you know, to pay for shipping. And you got to send the money to me by a Venmo or PayPal. But we work all that out. I'm going in the wrong direction. I should be going from over here to over here, but the bottles are set up here, so I'm going this way. There we go. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that's only if you want a person-to-person transfer, because then it has to be it can't go through the distillery. Venmo, PayPal, it can't go through the distillery. If it's going through the distillery, it has to go through Square. If it goes through Square, I can't deliver it because the distillery can't deliver. You know what I mean? That's how it works. It's dumb little rules from the state of Texas, but that's how it goes. friends and family purchase. You know what I mean? See, because I'm doing this so early, because I'm allotting so much time for it, I'm not really in a huge rush. I should have all of these labeled and done by Wednesday. I've got a couple of cook teams coming on Thursday. Oops. Burned it up. Got too hot. Burned it up. Anyway, so I got a couple of cook teams with the um, Humble Rodeo, cook-off and rodeo coming. I promised them a case and a half, I think, between the two for their cook-off tents and parties. But I should be done with this by Wednesday. Good solid day today. Getting everything half finished. I mean, I didn't have to worry about the logistical problems that I worried about with the rye. The rye, it took me twice as long just to unbarrel that stuff. You know what I mean? Those 50-gallon barrels are a pain in the butt. And I think I made more of that. I think I made more of the rye in our first batch. I think I made undid 3 barrels of the rye, 150 gallons. I can't remember. Because I know I had a shortage of bottles at the time with the rye, or I had a shortage of boxes. I had a shortage of boxes and a shortage of barrels, so I could only do, I think, 65 cases, which would have been a triple what I'm doing with this. The rye was so much excitement and promise that I had with that rye, but it just got such a disappointing release. The distributor didn't do anything with it. I almost went bankrupt. I almost sucked. Almost sucked a lot. But it's a really good whiskey. So, come on. Get out of there, you little bubble. I just don't know when I'm going to get it back out in production. For the foreseeable future, the only thing I've got going at the distillery is our Boomtown Bourbon. For the foreseeable future. All of our marketing, all of our resources are going to go to the Boomtown Bourbon. Imagery, marketing, resources, label production, label purchases, bottles, corks. This is everything right now. We're not in the bottom of the ninth, but this is a clutch situation. The opposing pitcher is tired. We have an opportunity. The meat of our lineup coming up. We have an opportunity to do something amazing. All we got to do is put the ball in play. Make them work for it. Put the ball in play. Make them work for it. Get another at-bat. Get another at-bat. Get another at-bat. Get another at-bat. Next thing you know, you got a rally going. Get a rally going. The pitcher starts to get a little frazzled. Now you can take an opportunity. You still got to do your thing. You can't mess up. You got to stay within your range. Focus on what you do. Keep at it. But you got that rally going. Dangerous things happen. Dangerous things start to happen. You bust the game wide open. Hell, you don't even have to bust it open. You just need to open it just a crack. Just get a 1-run lead. Just get a little bit of a lead. And they change out the pitcher. Bring up a fresh set of bats. Oh, now everybody's fresh. The new pitcher. He hasn't seen these batters before, but you ain't seen that pitcher before either. And you can take advantage of the situation. Jump on him fast. Get a runner on base. Get that runner on base, and then next thing you know, the new pitcher's even frazzled. And singles turn into doubles, doubles turn into triples, triples turn into grand slam home runs. Now the game's out of reach. You got a 3-game lead in a series. Going into the 4th clinching game. Anyway, what were we talking about? No, almost dying is pretty tough. It took me a while to recover from it took a while to recover from the distributor fucking us so hard with that rye. It was a 6-month setback. It was bad. It was really bad because that rye put us back on the equipment side, put us back on the bourbon side. It made it hard to. All my resources went into the rye. It made it hard to buy more straight whiskey. Made it hard to get bottles. It made it hard to get corks. It made it hard to get anything because we were so strapped for cash. Because everything went into the marketing. Everything went into the website, the marketing, and the rye, with the expectation that we were going to sell 150 cases that year. That we were going to sell the 150 cases. They would be on the shelves by the end of the year, or at least by the beginning of 2022. And they were not. They were not on shelves until. They were not in the distributor's warehouse until February, which means I did not get paid until April. I produced that shit in October, looking to get it on trucks in November, and I did not get paid until April. That was bad. We were able to sell enough to keep the doors open, but we were not able to sell enough to make equitable returns, to borrow a phrase from my brothers and sisters in the finance world. But this is entirely different. This one, it's entirely different. The distributor, not just the sales rep, the marketing reps, the distributor is saying, we want everything you've got yesterday. And I'm holding those guys back. They've been asking for it for 3 years now. You got any of that Boomtown Bourbon? Like crack addict coming up to my doorstep. You got any of that good stuff? Calm down, Chester. Calm down, boy. A road trip to Galveston for a weekend soon with a side trip to. Oh, that'd be great, great shot. Just just give me a heads up when you're in town. Even if I'm not here, if I've got other stuff planned, because I'm open every weekend, but I'm not always open every weekend. Stuff comes up, and inevitably, we'll have nobody here for 3 weeks. And I'll be like, okay, I've got something going on this weekend, and I'll go do something. I'll get a phone call. Are y'all open today? Like, damn it. Seriously. I was open the last 4 weeks, and you're asking me if I'm open today, the one day I have band tryouts or some shit that I have to go to? Damn it. You'll have music this weekend? No, we had music the last 6 weeks, and nobody showed up, so I canceled it this weekend. Oh, I was going to come listen to music. Well, you should have come last week, fucker. Ugh. Thus the perils of the job. Really is better than working at a bank, though. Really is better than working at a bank. The only asshole boss I have is me. Well, I have a not very nice, sweet boss that occasionally has sex with me. That's my wife. But I'm the asshole boss. She's the sweet one that makes me dinner sometimes and scratches my back sometimes and lets me rub her feet sometimes. She never rubs my feet. I'm a guy, I don't get foot rubs. She lets me touch her butt every once in a while. That's nice. My old boss never let me touch his butt. None of my coworkers let me touch their butts. And now, right now, my wife's the only coworker I have that'll let me touch her butt. I guess technically Lisa's not an employee. She's a investor and volunteer. So, but she won't let me touch her butt either. Neither will Carl. Carl's like, "Don't touch my butt." I'm like, "Why not?" It's not like we have HR here. What are they going to do? He's like, "Don't touch my butt." I'm kidding. I don't touch Carl's butt. We have very appropriate boundaries with each other. We worked all that stuff out years ago. Years ago. Have y'all ever seen alpacas in hats? That 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 cartoon. It's absolutely hilarious. Two alpacas. I don't want to give it all away, but they're wearing hats. One of them's named Carl. He kills a bunch of people. Just all the time. He's just murdering people and stuff and opening void uh, portals to hell. And his friend comes in. He sees all the carnage. He's like, Carl, what happened to his hands, Carl? He's like, oh, I don't know. I just came in here and I bit his hands off. Like, why'd you bite his hands off, Carl? That's what happened to his hands, Carl. You can't go biting hands off, Carl. It's absolutely hilarious. It's on YouTube. Go look it up. It's funny. There's like 11 episodes, but they're all like 5 minutes long. So watch them. It's funny. You're not doing anything for an hour. I think the most frustrating thing, or the second most frustrating, one of the most frustrating things was like we hired this marketing firm to be the liaison with the distributor, right? They set up this incentive program to sell the rye and did the thing and all the stuff with the sales guys at the distributor, and like they didn't even present our whiskey to uh to liquor stores. They didn't even present it. They didn't even talk about it. They did nothing except for one who I went on a ride along with. She presented the whiskey to her whiskey stores or her liquor stores, and that was it. That was the only one who even presented the whiskey to any of the stores. That's probably. But then after that, that the marketing company that I hired to be a liaison and manage the relationship with the distributor and make sure that they had an inventory on hand and they were uh, that they had all the resources they need to present the whiskey to people and do all the stuff. After they didn't do their job, he had the unmitigated gall to keep billing me. I'm like, dude, I don't know what I'm paying you for because they're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. Why the fuck are we? Why are we playing this game where you're charging me an invoice to do work, but like you're not doing the work? Ah, that whole experience just pissed me off so much. We got a nice website out of it though, so there's that. We got a nice website, nicely upgraded website. I need to get the company store up on the website, my Square store. We also have a Teespring store now that I'm going to start marketing this year. I figure if I could sell a couple of T-shirts here and there, that'd be cool. T-shirts I don't have to maintain inventory for. That's the worst thing about T-shirts. You got to buy 85 of them, and you got to put in an order of 140 T-shirts. Like, I don't want to sell 140 T-shirts. I want to get 50. Can I get 50? I just want like 50. Can I get 50? Nope. Got to buy 140. I don't want to buy 140. I guess I'm not going to get T-shirts. Well, then you start looking at it, and it's like 10 small, 10 medium, 10 large, 10 extra large. Like, well, now all of a sudden it's 60 T-shirts. Oh, you want to get tank tops too? Okay. Maybe 114 of those. Fuck. Definitely don't want 115 tank tops. I just want to do a little bit of merchandising. Just want to do a little bit of a few T-shirts, a few hats. I don't want to have to buy 100 hats. Hell, it's taken me 2 years to sell the hats that I bought. I want to sell whiskey. That's what I want to do. But with the T-shirts, the Teespring shirts, what I think I'm going to do is with every order you place for Teespring, you place an order with Teespring, you get a discount on your whiskey. Same thing I'm thinking about doing with the coffee. Black Gold, Old Humble's Black Gold coffee, specially formulated to go with Old Humble whiskeys. It's a perfect breakfast treat. Um, but doing a ground coffee here at the distillery, selling alongside. But see, with the coffee grounds, I could take the coffee bags and go to like farmers markets and uh, craft shows and stuff like that. I can't sell my whiskey at craft shows, but I could sell coffee at craft shows. But I suppose what I could do is go to these farmers markets and craft shows and whatnot, set up with some samples, if they'll let me set up with some samples. I've also noticed, by the way, I have a distinct accent on certain words, such as samples, whiskey. I throw in an extra syllable in the middle of certain words. And I really sometimes, really sometimes get these R's really pronounced like words. Words. They're not words. They're words. WARDS. Words. Um, but what was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh, anyway, go set up at these farmers markets with some like samples. Fuck, I can't not hear it when I say that. Samples. Um, I had a friend in middle school and high school whose name was Stephanie Sampley. Not the same as samples, I know, but same root. Anyway, um, but no, go set up with samples. Um, Go set it up at these little craft shows and farmers markets with some samples and coupons. And you see me at the farmers market, you get 5% off your next bottle of whiskey. See me at the farmers market, 5% off sample or your bottle of your next whiskey. At the distillery, not good at specs, must be purchased at the distillery. Come on in. I also need to print up a bunch of come to the distillery cards. You get a free tour. You get a free tour if you come to the distillery between 6 and 9 p.m. on Friday nights. Free tour if you come to the distillery between 1 and 4 p.m. on Saturday afternoons. I mean, the tours are free anyway, but you tell them you get a free tour. Free tour every hour on the hour. Come in on Saturday between 1 and 4 p.m. Tours at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock. But see, if I'm here at the distillery, I'm not at Total Wine or Specs. And if I'm not at Total Wine or Specs, then I'm not selling whiskey at Total Wine and Specs. And if that's all fine and good if we get people here at the distillery. But it sucks if we don't have people here at the distillery and I'm not at Total Wine selling whiskey. Because then I'm not moving a case of whiskey at Total Wine and I'm not selling whiskey here. I'm just not doing either thing. So it's a challenge to allocate your resources that you've got, i.e. me and my time, between here at the distillery and there at Total Wine or Specs or any number of independent shops around town. But also, they got to have more than like 2 bottles, at their store. If they don't have, 2 bottles, I mean, shit, I can sell 2 bottles without even unpacking my gear. Show up, talk to the first couple people, say, hey, by the way, this is local, it's delicious, and I'll sign your bottle for you. Oh, really? They don't even need to try it. They're just like, okay, I'll take that bottle instead of that bottle. They'll put back their Kentucky schlock or Tennessee schlock or whatever garbage they were going to buy, and they're just like, oh, I'll buy local. I'd rather support local anyway. Works out good. But, I don't even have to get my toes wet. There's another word, toes. Toes. I don't even have to get my toes wet to do that. I do not have a Midwest accent. I have distinctively Texas accent. It is what it is. How much of my production coupons? We need a special release on Arrogant Iteration. Samples are great. When I go to usually when I go do a tasting, I take a bottle from the distillery. So every time I do a tasting, I grab a bottle. So we're talking about 20 something tastings is 20 something bottles. A couple cases here and there. Love to see the still up close. All right, we can make that happen. Let's. All right, I can take a break. Let's do this. Oh, we're in picture-in-picture mode. How did I not know that? All right, let's fix that. Nobody told me we're in picture-in-picture. My production table is unstable. I need to fix that. All right. Let's turn this way to the still. Zoom in. Is that close enough? Let's shift up. Is that close enough? You probably want it closer than that, huh? Let me see. How's that for a wide angle? Nah, it's as close as we're gonna get from this thing. All right, we'll have to do it another day. Is that like it's shadowy on the outside up there? See, we're getting dark outside. Just get dark in here? No, but it got dark out there. All right. There we go. We'll do the up close shot of the still later, because I may be pulling it out. All right, we're still good. I may be pulling it out to wash it tomorrow to clean it up, get it ready for people. So there you go. But yeah, like not like a coupon like to discount the price necessarily, but just to kind of know where the chain of where the interest is coming from, where you heard about us, that sort of thing. Like do a coupon code on the Teespring that's YouTube, so you get 10% off the Teespring website, and then I know where people are coming from because they use the YouTube code, or they use the website code, or they used Twitter or whatever code for the discount. Because honestly, I don't care if I make any money off of Teespring. I'm not a T-shirt salesman. You know what I mean? I'm a whiskey guy. I'm a whiskey salesman. I'm a whiskey salesman with a YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber with a whiskey channel or a whiskey distillery. So ultimately, all of this is to sell whiskey. Ultimately, that's the whole goal. Sell whiskey, pay my mortgage. Speaking of which, it still bugs me when people are like, they're all high and mighty because they decided to quit drinking. You ever see people all high and mighty because they decided to start drinking? Like, get off my jock. Don't drink if you don't want to drink. That's fine, but don't fucking tell me how to live my life. I mean, I'm not one. I'm not one to drink to excess or encourage people to drink to excess. I don't want you to be like obsessively choking down 4, 5, 6 bottles at a time every night, drinking a bottle. I mean, that's great for sales, but it's bad for you, obviously. If you're doing that, you probably have a problem. I don't know. Doctors would tell you that's not healthy, I suppose. I don't know. I've never asked a doctor if it was. I assume it's not. I mean, surely drinking an entire bottle of alcohol every single day is not good for your health. That's 15 bottles a month? That's got to be bad for you, right? But like, not everybody does that. I mean, most people, I reckon, drink have 1 or 2 drinks every couple of nights, 2 or 3 times a week, maybe. Maybe on the weekends, Friday night, they have 3 or 4. They go out, they drink a few more than that, 6 or 8 with their friends over the course of 4 or 5 hours. That's what I assume most people's drinking habits are. Have some friends over, y'all take 2 or 3 drinks, some water. You're not like hammering them back, taking 20 shots a night. I hope you're not hammering them back, taking 20 shots a night. And if you are, you probably should rethink your life choices, just in general. I mean, waking up with a hangover sucks. That's why I quit drinking to excess like 15 years ago. Very rarely do I go out and get shit faced. Very rarely do I stay home and get shit faced. I don't like being blackout drunk. I don't know a lot of people who do, for what that's worth. It's hard on your body. It's hard waking up the next day. And for some people, they're just like, I can't touch it at all. And that's fine. But, they're like vegans. They're just like, I can't touch it all. It's so bad for me. They go on and on and on and on. Like, I don't give a shit about your soy sauce, your soy burgers, and your fucking tofu patties and all the other boring shit you do in your life. Shut up, man. You're just making it hard for me to take you to a restaurant. That's all. Oh, it has to be vegan, and they can't have meat in their kitchen because if they have meat in their kitchen's cool. Meh, 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 meh. Like, okay, that's cool. You don't have to come eat with me. I will not take you to a restaurant. Oh, where are we at? Seriously, podcast. Oh, video froze again. I'll fix that. Thank you. Again, I wish I knew why it was doing this. I really do. All fixed. Because it doesn't do it at home. Oh, Sunflowers is in the house. Cheers, Sunflowers. You get them Gucci money off of teas. You throw in whiskey with it. That's all good. I hear you. I hear you. I am going to be on all night, Mr. Great Shot. This is a 72-hour live streaming extravaganza. Once I'm done with this, I'll probably shut this stream down and start up with the restream around 8. It's 6 o'clock now. I want to get through these bottles and then probably bottle up the next 10. Bottle up the rest of this bourbon here. Just bottle it up. I'm not going to seal it and do any of that stuff. But then by 8 o'clock, I think we'll play. I think we'll be able to play. I'll turn on the restream. I'll turn on restream and go that route, and then open up the forum and we can have a whole discussion. I'll be up probably after midnight. Then we'll shut it down, and I may go home. I may stay here. The idea was a 72-hour live stream. Right now, we're 5 hours behind schedule, so it's closer to a 67-hour live stream, 66 and a half. If I get my work done tonight, we'll be able to play for a little while, and then I go home or spend the night. I haven't decided. And then tomorrow, we jump right back into it. I've got to label all of these bottles. And then that'll be the morning stream, labeling bottles. And then in the afternoon, I'll go back with restream. I know Slade Ham's not going to come in live tomorrow. He's going to come in remote. I'll set up the remote software so we can have him come in. I'll do, he'll be coming in remote. Emma Dilemma may be coming in remote. She may not be coming in live because of the weather. And that's fine. She doesn't have to. No requirement. It's great to have guests. It's great to have people to talk to. I'll have at least one other person, Scabs the Clown, coming in. I need to check with Jeff with a G and see what time he's available on Wednesday. I think he said it'd be late, like around 10 o'clock my time, which is 11 o'clock Eastern. So, yeah, I'll be on later. I'll definitely be on later. Much later. A bottle a night. Yeah, I mean that's that's what I would consider to be excessive drinking. I think. Those forms that you fill out at the doctor, and they're like, "How much do you drink in a week?" 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 or more. And I'm like, that's all the options you have? I mean, I'll probably drink 5 in a week. I mean, a week is 7 days. I mean, you can drink 3 or 4 during a football game, right? Drink 3 or 4 playing a round of golf. Drink 2 at dinner. Maybe I drink too much. But I hate waking up. I hate waking up sick and hungover and groggy. I don't like that at all. I will forego drinking. If that was my life, if that was my existence, every day, you have a drink, you wake up feeling bad. Have a drink, wake up feeling bad. I would I would give up drinking if that was the case. I'd make it and sell it, but I wouldn't drink it. Not if it made me sick every night and I couldn't wake up in the morning. That ain't no way to be. That is a tough, tough life to live. So, cheers, Sunflowers. Welcome to the party. And cheers, Seriously Podcast. Welcome to the party. See, Sunflowers, instead, I don't so much wish I enjoyed drinking more. I wish I enjoyed drunk people more. Because then I could enjoy hanging out around people who drink a lot. But I don't like drunk people. They think they're smarter than they are. They think they're stronger than they are. They think they're more profound than they are. They think they're a lot more than everything they are. When they're really just drunk. And it's fun to interact with them when you're drunk. You're thinking on the same wavelength. And you're laughing at dumb jokes. But man, when you're outside of that dumb joke circle, when you're the sober one, and everybody else is drunk, whew, that's no fun. Video still no, video did not freeze. Okay. Drunk man superpowers are real. Drunk man superpowers are real. I still think the best superpower is to give somebody an orgasm on command. Just be like, boop, and they're like, war's over. The entire front line of troops just collapsed in a gooey mess. War's over. Just keep doing it again and again and again till they're just laying on the ground, writhing, and they're like, make it stop. Is that an actual comic book? Did somebody write that comic book? If they didn't, they should. Because that'd be funny. That would be funny. But I do know people. I do have friends who have been like, yeah, I used to just drink too much. It just became too much of a thing. So I couldn't just have one or two. It was just like a thing where it was like, I'd have one and then have another. And then I would just like have 5 more. But they weren't alcoholics. They were habitual drunks, They weren't like, it's not that they couldn't stop. It's just that they had a really, really bad habit. And generally, they've taken that habit and turned it into something else. But some of them, they just recognize the danger of the lifestyle. Artists, more often than not, and they were out late and end of their set, they're drinking with people. People are buying them drinks. They're drinking with other people, staying up all night, getting really drunk and really tired, and then having to go home. Uber home sometimes, but sometimes, They'd try and sober up, and they just realized that they were flirting with death or flirting with vehicular homicide on a regular basis, and they were just like, you know what, we can't do this anymore. But they're not up on their fucking high horse telling other people how to live their life. Like, oh, it's so bad for you, and you're gonna be bad, and you're like, shut up, CrossFit bro. Swapping out your one functional addiction for another functional addiction. What are we talking about here? Passed down a stream is. What about our Orgasmo from Matt Stone Tree Park and the Mormon Superhero? I've never watched that. Orgasmo, the Mormon Is that in a? How far am I into the 72 hours? We started at 10 this morning, and I took an hour and a half off for lunch. So at the end of today, instead of 18 hours, it'll be like 13, give or take, 13, 14. At midnight tonight, it'll be 13 or 14 hours. So at the end of tonight, I will be about a quarter of the way. Not quite a quarter of the way, but it depends on how far I go, because I can't go past 3. Can't go past 3 a.m. And I was supposed to start tomorrow at 3 a.m. But it'll probably be more like a 60-hour live stream. Because if I go home, I'm not getting back here at 3 in the morning. If I spend the night, I'll probably get started around 6. Maybe 4. I won't get started as late tomorrow as I got started today. You know, because I'll be right here if I spend the night. So yeah, tomorrow I should get a good solid 20 or so hours in. The challenge is that I've got work to do, like other work to do, not just this. I've got, you know, kids to pick up at school, doctor's appointments to make for the kids, dentist appointments for the kids, phones to activate, phones to return, phones, you know, all the stuff that needs to be done just in general. Garbage to be taken out, sweeping, dishes, you know, just like stuff to do in general. So I got to take a couple hours here and there. I can't just do a 24-hour solid live stream. I've got to break it up into pieces. Plus, YouTube doesn't let you do 24. Well, they'll let you do 24 hours, but they won't count 24 hours. And maybe I should call it a 100-hour live stream and just count the watch hours. If that's the case, we're 15 hours into it. Still live? Yeah. We're 15 hours into it because we got 15 on the first show. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll count the 72-hour live stream, but it won't be the hours broadcasting. It'll be the hours watched. The goal being to get 72 hours of watch time. So if we end up with a 50-hour live stream, we end up with a 50-hour live stream. That's fine. Because we'll have 72 hours of watch time. I have 120 hours of watch time, hopefully. It'd be cool if we had 300 hours of watch time. But I won't shoot that wad just yet. I'll hold off. We'll see. We have good guests coming the next couple of nights, which is why I want to get most of this work done tonight. Get most of this work done tonight, and I can have playtime. What time is it? 6 o'clock? At 8 o'clock or so, or 7:30 or so, I can shut this down, get Restream fired up for 8 o'clock. Come on. Come on. Do some Jackbox games. M&M shelves its what? Polarizing tweaks to its colorful candy characters draw criticism. Now the brand is tapping an actress as its new rep. What? What the hell is going on with M&Ms? What the hell is happening to this world? Have we lost our entire fucking mind? People getting offended at an M&M? What's going on? After causing outrage by making over the green M&M and launching a special bag featuring its new purple character in honor of International Women's Day, M&M says it's taking a step back from its candy reps, sort of. In the last year, we've made some changes to our beloved spokes candies. We weren't sure if anyone would even notice, and we definitely didn't think it would break the internet. Have they not figured out that Have they not figured out that there's a certain segment of society that gets offended at literally fucking everything? Jesus Christ. Most of the updates were subtle, but the changes to green shoes from go-go boots to sneakers caused outrage on social media, with many bemoaning the loss of the character's signature look. What? New female character, Purple, was joining the lineup, but not actual bags of candy, in another effort to make the group of spokes candies more inclusive? Purple was recently deployed as part of a limited edition pack of purple, brown, and green M&Ms, the colors of the female spokes candies, in honor of Women's Day. Don't they know that doing anything to respect and honor women pisses off an entire segment of our population? God damn it. This is what you need for validation. An M&M that is the color that you think is associated with feminism, then I'm worried about you. Guess who? Fox News anchor Martha McCallum said, adding that the move emboldened China. Emboldened China. Oh, my fucking. Oh, Jesus. Fucking hell. God, why do I fucking read the news? Why? Why did I bother reading the news? Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? Purple M&M emboldens China? Fuck me in the goat ass. All right, enough of that. We're done. We're done. No more of that shit. Move along. No. Okay, hang on. Let's go far. Let's back up into chat. Into chat. Back up into the chat. Does using the heat gun affect any flavor of the whiskey? No. The heat gun does not affect the flavor of the whiskey because I'm using the heat gun up here. It's not heating up this part of the bottle at all. So there you go. No, it does not affect the flavor of the whiskey. You try to leave your computer. Oh, thank you very much. Seriously, I appreciate that. Spend the night. You only live once. It's not the first time I just spent the night. um, thank you, Sunflowers. I appreciate it. You need to get a lot. Stupidness. I'm with you there, Jules. 100%. It doesn't. Oh God, it's a snowflake world we live in. I agree. Yeah. I mean, and and the people who are snowflakey are the ones that call the other people snowflakes. It's just it drives me so nuts. Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't have my fucking harmonica. Where's my harmonica? I need my what is it? Social private personal service harmonica. What's it called? Service dog. My service harmonica. I'm gonna have a Coke though. Coca-Cola. I'm available for sponsorships, Coke. All right, phone's charging up. M&M's is officially retiring its multicolored candy mascots and replacing them with Maya Rudolph. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd like the. I mean, I don't give a shit one way or the other, to be completely honest. I like the M&M characters, but I don't give a damn. I like M&Ms. I don't really like the characters. I don't care about the characters. I thought the characters were a clever marketing angle. You know, their actual M&Ms are like, eat me. It was clever. You know, it was iconic even. But I wonder if that means they're available for like other spokesperson jobs. I wonder if I can get M&Ms to be spokespeople for my whiskeys. That'd be a, a funny bit. Like, yeah, we're gonna go get a new spokesperson for our whiskeys, M&Ms, and then call the Mars Corporation, ask them if the M&Ms are available. That would be funny. Mars Corp. Hi, are your M&Ms now that they're not being spokespeople for M&Ms? Are they available for other products? Because I have a whiskey. Hello, hello, hello. That would be awesome. Oops, all the way up. Excuse me. That was a Coke burp. Sorry about that. My wife's gotten home from work probably, and she is exhausted because it is Monday, and Mondays are always exhausting for teachers. They're like extra exhausting because the kids have extra energy coming back on a Monday, and they make the teachers work. And she is a specialist, is what she. So she's a specialist, and she teaches. She takes kids out of class to give them one-on-one. She's not a tutor. She's a skills specialist. So it's like kids who need a little extra special attention. It's kind of a euphemism for special ed teacher, but she's not really a special ed teacher. It's not that much special attention that they need. It's just like, they might have a little bit of a disability on the spectrum, maybe just a little bit of a challenge in the classroom. They can't, you have 30 other kids, you can't give that one kid the attention that they need to focus them in on the work. But it's not like special ed, special ed. That's a whole different monster. Um, Not that the kids are monsters. I didn't mean to imply that. I mean, some kids are like legit monsters. They're just tough to deal with, but that's not what I mean with these kids. These kids are good kids. All right, where are we at? 504. Yeah, I don't know what the technical terms are, but yeah, it's like it might be just a touch of dyslexia, maybe, and they just need to go over the reading assignments one more time or the math assignments a couple more times just to make sure that they're getting it the way they need to get it. Make sure their techniques that they're using or yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Jules. Just ones that just need a little bit extra nudge. And some of them are gifted kids too. It's not just the ones that are lagging. It's some of them are the ones that are above grade level, and they're just making sure that they got So she does it on both ends, I believe, where she gets the rocked and the floaters. She gets the true Einsteins, and then like the Einsteins where they're like, he's just smart in different ways. No, sweetie, he's just dumb. He's he, Eating paste is not a culinary art. I'm sorry, your kid's just not as smart as you think he is. Well, all kids are smart in their own special way. You don't want to you don't want to have a tree climbing competition with some fish. Like, yeah, but your kid's gonna drown and fall out of the tree at the same time. So, you know, your kid can neither swim nor climb trees. He's just you need to teach your kid how to carry a football. That's what you need to do. Or you need to give him steroids so he gets big and strong and he can fight. I mean that'd be a good outlet for Bruno there. I'm just playing. I'm playing. I like kids. I like my kids. I like my kids. I like other people's kids sometimes too. Sometimes. Sometimes other people's kids are just fine. But they're a blessing and a challenge all up and down the ledger. Joy, frustration, pain, suffering, elation, all the emotions all wrapped up in a little human-sized package that starts small and dumber than a puppy dog and eventually gets big and slightly smarter than a puppy dog. Bum, 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 bum. Almost done. We'll get everything tidied up over there. Then I'll go ahead and bottle the remaining the remaining whiskey. It shouldn't be more than 10 cases, but it might be a little bit more than 10 cases, and that's fine. I'll be super duper happy if it's a little bit more than 10 cases. Oh, on the way into the distillery today, I saw 9 deer hanging out in a field. 9 deer up the road here. So one of the clearings, they were back there just munching at the grass. 9 of them. Of course, Roseanne Barr would say that the best reason for living in Texas, the best thing about living in Texas, is you go out with an AR-15 and just mow all of them down. Because that's the best thing about living in Texas. Cannot fucking believe that joke got such an uproarious punchline or uproarious applause. The best thing about living in Texas is that when I wake up in the morning and see the deer munching on my grass, I can just mow them all down with my AK-47 or AR-15. And the whole crowd just went, ah, yeah, killing deer without a fucking license is hilarious. Let's see, 504 get an IEP. ADA 504 had a contract with school for my son. Brilliant mechanic, but reading was a struggle. Yep, I mean that's that's legit. And I talked about that with Bacon, that intelligence tests, aptitude tests. I mean they test for a certain thing. Um, So you could be a stone cold dummy on an intelligence test, but some kind of fucking mechanical savant. You can build rockets or whatever. You can see how systems work from the inside out. You can take them apart with your brain and reassemble them and do all that kind of shit. But you can't read. It's rare that's the case, that you can do this one thing really good, some kind of savant type of for lack of a better term, some kind of a savant type of skill. You're highly skilled at doing something, but you just can't read, or you just can't do the math, or whatever. But you're not, you don't have to do math to be able to assemble parts. It's just puzzle solving and logic solving and stuff like that. And people are really good at that. Some people can be really super duper good at that. They just can't, for whatever reason, do calculus. Or I'm terrible at calculus. Always have been. Just because I didn't learn it. I could probably learn it. I don't know. I've never really tried. Maybe I should. I don't know. But like my boy Kieran can he can map out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He can map out a parade route, organize a routine, a spinning routine with rifles for his JROTC team. He can see how it comes together from 1,000 feet up in the air. But he sucks at algebra. He is so bad at algebra. He can't. Yeah, he struggles with just the basic math functions. And I get that. It's like a foreign language. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Math is a foreign language. And in the same way that I'm not good at French, some people aren't good at algebra. I get that. Makes sense. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There you go. That is another 10 cases. 120 bottles lined up, ready to go. Come on. Some people, some people, foreign languages come easy. It's just, like I said, assembling a puzzle with words, with sounds and letters, and they can conjugate verbs in their head, and, tell you where the bathroom is, and comment allez-vous, the boudoir for whatever, El Baño, whatever the French word is for El Baño, the loo. Is that the French word for the baño? Even my Spanish words have a Texan accent. El Baño. I guess that makes sense. If I'm going to speak a foreign language, I'm still going to have a Texas. You don't tell French people to speak English with an English accent. They're all like, I do not know how to speak English with an English accent. I am a Frenchman. I speak with a French accent. And you're like, okay, Francois. But then you're like, comment allez-vous? And they're like, your accent is terrible. You sound like an unwashed Texan speaking the French language. Like, I know, I am an unwashed Texan speaking a fucking French language. What did you expect from me, Francois? I didn't grow up in your cheese-eating backwater. I grew up in Texas. Barbecue-eating backwater. You got a problem with my Texas accent? Speaking your fucking French language? You can suck my talez-vous. So yeah, my wife won't let me go to France. She's like, you can go to France, but I'm not going with you. And if you do go, you cannot try to speak French. Leave that to me. I mean, it's not like I'm going to try to piss the country off. It's just that, they're probably going to get pissed off because they're sensitive, because they are French. They are French. And they will get sensitive. I mean, generally speaking, telling somebody to go suck my tally-voo is probably bad international relations, but, I'm not an ambassador. There we go. Out you go. We're getting into a very precarious part of the palate. So the bottom layer is usually the layer that we find critters living or dying. So I always got to be careful when we get to the bottom of the pallets to make sure that our bottles are truly empty. And we are on the bottom row of this pallet now. But this pallet, our distillery is remarkably clean when it comes to critters. I don't see a lot of bugs running around. We don't have any silverfish. We don't have any roaches. We don't have a lot of ants or anything like that. It is a remarkably clean facility in general. Even if we are out in the middle of the woods, out in the middle of the damn wilderness, we don't have, we had mice and rats at our old facility because there was a big abandoned house next door that had just a rat breeding ground. And we never saw them, but we saw evidence of them. And that's one of the reasons why I'd left there, because I got tired of that. I have corn and barley and rye and all kinds of seeds and grains. I didn't need that crap coming into my stuff. Had enough of a problem with silverfish and spiders. And have to deal with varmints. How about that for a Texas word for you? Varmints. All right. We are done loading up the table. The goal is to get them filled up, set right here, cork them, and then we can call it a night. Let's see here. Who's left? Screen froze. Okay, I can fix that. Thank you for the heads up. Screen froze. Deactivate. Reactivate. There we go. Ta-dam, ba-dam. The commentary was live, though. Algebra still gives you anxiety. Yeah. See, algebra I like, but it's calculus and trig that, and I learned a little bit of trig. I'm just not good at it. You would tell a Frenchman to speak English with an English accent. Scotland or Norway. Ruse. Yosemite Sam always said varmints. He did always say varmints. You long-eared galoot. You rotten varmint. Yosemite Sam is my spirit animal. Rootinest, tootinest, six shootinest son of a gun you ever seen. All right. Let's load them up. All right. Stop. All right. So we had to get the bubble out. So while it sits there, it drains slowly back into the vat. So we get the bubble out, and now it's ready to go. I don't even remember what I was talking about before I went into the French rant. I don't even know. I'm sure it was interesting. Actually, I doubt it was interesting. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So pinned up there at the top of chat is the link where you can reserve your bottle of our legendary Boomtown Bourbon. You can reserve the bottle for $10. If this is it is for in-store pickup, in distillery pickup. But you can reserve that bottle, and I will not give it to the distributor. I've got maybe 20 cases here. I'll find out. This is the 20th case here. I'll know for sure when we're done with all this how many cases we've got. But I should know for sure Thursday. I mean, I should know for sure tomorrow, because I reckon I'll be done with this tomorrow. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I reckon. That's another Southern phrase. I don't think they say that up north very often. I reckon. God, I'm such a fucking hillbilly. I don't mind. Yeah, I am who I am. A yam's what a yams. But you become aware of it, you know? There comes a point where you're aware of it. And you're just like, you either lean into it or you shy away from it. And my boy Jerry Wayne Longmire, he's a comedian. He's a Southern comedian. I mean, you can't get any more East Texas than Jerry Wayne Longmire, for crying out loud. He is a creature of the deep woods. Hilarious. Look him up. He's all over the YouTubes. He's all over the Facebooks. All over the TikToks and Twitches and whatever. One of the Whiskey Brothers. Rare talent. Fun guy. Former nuclear inspector. Yeah. Former nuclear inspector. And one of his bits is, yeah, when you're a nuclear inspector, you can't even say nuclear. He says nuclear. When you're a nuclear inspector, all you got to do is say and shit at the end of whatever you got to say. And they'll listen to you. It's like, you got to put this stuff away and shit. you can't leave your console unattended and shit. I mean, he is full on a creature of the deep woods, and he knows it, and he leans into it, and his skits are all about that. He's so funny. He is a special kind of talent, a fun guy to listen to. Tell stories like you ain't never heard, in a way you ain't never heard them told. He's basically that East Texas uncle you never had. but wished you did. Yeah, he's fun. I like him. Huh. We're definitely getting some air seepage in here somewhere. Hmm. But that's all right. It clarifies, it gets darker. Maybe that's good for the whiskey. Maybe good, give it a special flavor, a little aerated flavor. A little agitation does it well. Does the whiskey good. What we got over here in chat? Rodents of unusual size. Right. The rodents of unusual size. I forgot about those. It's been a long time since I've seen The Princess Bride. My boys, two of my boys like it. I don't know if the third one has even seen it, but it would be so right up his alley. Oh, shit. Speaking of which, my oldest son had to work today. Oh, well. He walked himself to work. He's fine. He's fine. He's an able-bodied boy. He can walk himself to work. But he's having a ear thing where he doesn't have an ear infection, but it's like clogged up with just mucus and shit, and it's not clearing up. It's just stopped up and dirty. We keep trying to flush it out, but we're not getting it done. You gotta figure out how to solve that problem. See, that's my love language. I'm gonna solve the problem. I'll figure it out and solve the problem. Oh, you just wanna tell me your problems? You want me to solve the problems? Oh well, shit, we got a problem. I don't know how to do that. I guess I could just listen and let you complain. So y'all wouldn't believe this, but when I'm not streaming, when I'm working and not streaming, I'm just like listening to music and I don't talk at all. 2, 5, 6. 2, 4, 6. Okay, so we're gonna go 10 across and 12 down. I NorCal girls wrecking all the time. Well, good. It's not just a Southern thing. Where'd it go? I saw a mosquito floating around here. Are you kidding me? It's January. Oh, you know what I was going to talk about? It's a relatively dry winter that we're going through. And I really love dry winters because we get to see all like there you are. Got you, son bitch. when it's a dry winter, the foliage gives way. Because around these parts, around here, we've got really thick undergrowth. We have pine trees and undergrowth. We got a lot of trails going through the woods and whatnot. But along the side of the road, there's just really thick undergrowth between the roads and whatever's beyond the road. So it takes a dry winter, 2, 4, 6, 8. It takes a dry winter for that undergrowth to kind of die back, get thin. We don't always have dry winters, so when we don't have it, we usually have good wet summers and springs. Usually have a wet summer. This summer was relatively dry, but our winters are usually pretty wet. We usually get good rain through December, but we've had a relatively dry winter. And what happens with a dry winter is all that undergrowth kind of dies back, so you get to see what's underneath the canopy. And over here down the street in this part of the neighborhood, there's a dude living in a tent back here that has been revealed by the dying underbrush. You can see his tent through the undergrowth. I don't know if he's living in it, but there's definitely a tent there. And it's been there for a couple of months, so my hunch is he's living there. And also the people a few roads over who had that RV, who I swear to God have a meth lab. They have a whole fucking compound now with a temporary house built, trailer house rather, RV, car on that's hooked up to a engine lift, has no tires, has no wheels. There's an abandoned boat. There's 2 abandoned boats in this area. This whole area is just weird. I love it. Absolutely love it. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, and going down the road leading up to here, there's where the undergrowth has gone back. There's like a whole fucking abandoned house. A whole house. Not like a trailer. I mean, we're talking like a stick-built house. Small stick-built house, like a long cabin. It actually might have been a trailer at one point, but it looks like it was set down. And I mean, it's been there for years. Years. God damn. It's been there for eons. Years. Can't say it. It's been there for years. Just how I talk. It's been there for years because it's totally rotted out, totally fallen apart. And we couldn't see it until like 2 weeks ago because the undergrowth started dying back because it's such a dry winter. And I just love the way that in a dry winter, the secrets of the forest around us get revealed to us. And then, in about 6 months, when summertime rolls around, middle of summer, it's going to be thick jungle coverage again. Forest coverage, not quite jungle. We don't live in a jungle. All of our woods are completely habitable. That's the difference between a forest and a jungle. Forests are habitable. Jungles are not. Jungles are too hostile to support human settlement. But forests support and maintain human settlement. Anyway, so when our forests come back in the summertime, late spring, early summer, 5-6 months out, that whole tree line, the revealed home, the ruin in our woods is going to be gone again, and we may not see it for another 6 years because we usually have pretty wet summers and pretty wet winters, And it's like every 5 or 6 years we have a summer or winter that's dry enough that the foliage dies back that you can see it, that you can see through it, rather. And I just love that mystery of the woods that gets concealed and revealed. It's so cool. And the next time it happens, when the foliage and the undergrowth dies back, the next time it happens, that house may be gone entirely. We may never see that house again. Up, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. My dad would have loved this machine. He always asked me if we had like a mallet. He liked corking the bottles, but he always asked if we could do a mallet to cork the bottles with. Because you do a couple hundred of these, and it starts to wear on your elbow, wear on your wrist, pushing down and pushing down and pushing down. And he would be like a champ, just sit here and just cork them all. Fast as you could hand them to him, he'd cork them. Didn't realize that it was hurting him. Because he never complained about it hurting. He had strong damn arms. There we go. About halfway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just about halfway. Because we got 15 rows. There we go. How we doing on our stock? Getting close. All right. Chat check. How's the electrical grid this winter? The electrical grid is doing just fine. How many bottles of whiskey do you get in a batch? How big is a batch? Okay, typically my batches will be about 50 gallons. When I run my stills at full capacity, we'll get about 30 gallons of distillate, which will give me about 30 to 35 gallons of distillate, which will give me 45 or so gallons of barreled product. If I can squeeze out 50 gallons of barreled product, that's great, because these barrels take about 55 gallons. So one batch is no more than 55 gallons. And of those 55 gallons, we should get 280 bottles, give or take. So this batch, we got out of this batch more than I was expecting. I was expecting to lose more than I did to evaporation and leakage, but I was expecting a little bit less than 50 gallons. 45 is what I was expecting to get. But the total batch at the end of the day was 56. So 56 gallons. The conversion of gallon to bottles of whiskey, a rough back of the envelope type of conversion is a bottle of whiskey is a fifth of a gallon. Hence the nickname of a bottle is a fifth. A fifth. So you go get a fifth of whiskey. That is 750 milliliters. 750 milliliters is roughly 1/5 of a gallon. So you take your number of gallons, you multiply it by 5. Bingo, bango, bongo. So I've got 55 gallons, 56 gallons. 56 times 5 is 280. So I can assume that I'll lose a little bit in the process through drips and spills and leakage and whatnot. You know, it gets caught up in the filter, you know, going through the filter, it gets caught in the filter pads. Some of it drips out, some of it drains out. We don't get it all. I poured a couple of bottles straight out of the barrel, that sort of thing. Probably 275, maybe. Never 100% sure until the very end. But I feel fairly confident that we'll be really close to 280. And this will be 240. So I may go ahead and tee up those last 40 bottles or so. In fact, I am going to tee up the last 40 bottles after we're done with this, because I've got probably about that many on the pallet, and I want to get them up off the pallet and not just have them sit on the floor. I believe I used to be a banker. Used to be a trust officer. Managing money for cemeteries and funeral homes. You believe that? That's crazy. That's crazy. And I've got to plan a memorial service for my godson's mother. Can you believe that shit? Meanwhile, bottling whiskey at my own distillery on my own YouTube channel. Talking on the internet to twos and twos of people from all across the country. California, Colorado, Illinois, Kentucky, Connecticut, Florida, Cleveland, Austin, Texas. I mean, don't get me wrong. Being a bank trustee, a funeral and cemetery trustee is pretty fucking glamorous work if you can get it. I'd fly to jet-setting locations like Milwaukee, St. Louis, Jackson, Mississippi. Woohoo! Drive up to Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't do any of that shit now. Drink on the corporate card, but it's just my money. Martin's going to come in here. Now he's back from Czech Republic. He's going to come in here and be all like, you need to do all these things. God damn it. I don't have money to do any of the things. We're doomed. Bourbon Bounty's in the house. Cheers, Ben. Or Jody. Sorry. Let's see here. I'd love to get a bottle. Can't pick it up in person. Okay. Like the Energizer Bunny. I like what I do. I like what I do. So when you like what you do, you can work for a long time at it. I love a bottle. Can't pick it up in person. Shoot me an email. After February, I'll be able to ship some of these bottles out, but not me, not the distillery, me personally. There's ways to do it. Person-to-person transfers are, well, they're unregulated. So we'll talk about that. Shoot me an email. info@oldhumbledistilling.com. Dibs on extra. You need the fifth of all the gallons. Now I can say that when I accurately measure what's in the barrel and do that math, it comes out pretty damn close. I'm usually within 4 or 5 bottles, so I expect it'll be close to 280. Very, very, very close to 280. Cheers, Jody. Welcome to the party. Glad you're up in Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken, right? Plan on being here in April or May. I am looking forward to having you here in April or May. That would be a great time to be here because I'll be releasing our 72-hour blackout bourbon right around that. No, wait, April will be our Gangsta Mac special label. We'll have a special Gangsta Mac label. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow or Wednesday with Landon, the guy who came up with the graphic. Long drive to Texas from New York. Yes, it is. It is a very long drive to Texas from New York. It's about 18 hours, if I'm not mistaken. No, 20. It's 18 hours to Ohio. It's like 26 hours, I think. That's the plan. 10 likes? Really? Okay, cool. We're up to 7 watchers. And I get it. The long form stuff is hard to start watching and keep watching because, I mean, shit, I've been on for 7 hours. What are you going to do? Watch me do this for 8 hours, 9 hours? It's hard to do. It's hard for me to watch me do this for that long. That's why I keep talking. Maybe I'll say something interesting at some point. Maybe. I wouldn't count on it. But I'll try. There we go. I'll do my level best to be somewhat interesting over the course of this live stream. But I make no illusions about what I'm trying to do. I need watch hours. And I mean, legit, this is infinitely more interesting to watch me do than the work I used to do at the bank. The work I did at the bank was dreadfully boring. And a portion of the work I do here is also dreadfully boring. You watch me, tap on my keyboard and do stuff, fill out COLA forms and tax forms and inventory sheets and balancing this and balancing that. That's boring as shit. Just like the stuff behind the scenes for YouTubers is boring. You don't want to watch them. You don't want to watch some YouTuber sitting there optimizing the SEO for his videos, or all the dumb Oh, we had a spill. Goodness. You're a big boy. You spilled all over the place. Look at you making a mess. That'll do. Great, my calibration's off. I guess we cleared the bubble. A little bit of air bubble there. Steady as she goes. Yarg. Steady as she goes. Oh, video froze. No, it didn't. I'm just not moving. Okay. Just had an idea pop into my head. A Midwest Minnesotan Minnewegan dominatrix. Like, oh, you, look at you. We're gonna spank you good and hard with this whip here. You want mommy to give you a good spanking? Oh yeah. You're a naughty boy, aren't you? Oh yeah, hey there. Why don't you just climb up on this why don't you just crawl up on this here sex horse here and put the ball gag in your mouth there, why don't you? A Minnesota mom dominatrix. A mominatrix. Ha! Oh, we had another blowout. Goodness. Knock this back down to 1. There we go. A mominatrix. Oh yeah, you're just gonna have to sit down there and eat all of your green beans, mister. You're not gonna get a second helping of pie unless you eat all your green beans. Oh, Jesus. 2/3 of my life, yeah. I'll see how glamorous this is. Most elegantly. Yep, Jules, time to party and enjoy life. I'd love to help if I was closer than 3 hours away. I'd love to have you out here too if you were closer than 3 hours away. Vanessa Kitty's back in the house. Welcome back, Vanessa Kitty. 1,800 miles from there to Fort Worth. What is 1,800? That's 300 hours. 300 hours. Right? If it's 60 miles an hour. No, 30 hours. One too many zeros there. It's a 30-hour drive from Fort Worth to Connecticut, which means about a 36-hour drive to Humble, Texas. Because Humble is 5 hours maybe. But that's at 60 miles an hour. Nobody drives 60. Nobody drives 60 miles an hour. So it's probably close to 25 hours. I could always look it up on a map. I'm just not gonna. All right, this is about, we have 8 more bottles to go, and we finished 10 cases, or 20 cases getting filled. We should have 40 bottles left in the barrel. I'm hearing chatter. All right, these are the last 4 to make 20 cases, which is super duper exciting because I thought I'd only have 15. Oops, start. Coming in and out, a little bit exhausted. Fair. You can't be the real deal without staying in a constant state of exhausted. In the handsome Air Force Base today, we get a pass, come to base, take 8/10 of a fifth. Oh shit, I'm not gonna do that math, dude. What would 8/10 of a fifth be? That'd be 80% of 750. 8 times 7 is 50. So what is that? About half a liter? Would that be a pint? 8/10 of a fifth. 1/5 would be 2/10. So 8/10 of a fifth would be. I'm not gonna do that math. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna do it. 8/10 of a fifth would be 80% of 2/10. So that'd be 1.6 of a tenth. God damn you, Bounty, making me think, making me use my math brains. 5, 10, 15. All right, y'all want to put in chat how many you think I'm going to get left? You think how many of the 40 that I assumed we'll have will we actually have? And I'll leave them up here so we can see them all visibly. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. That is 4, 8, 12. 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 'll give you a hint. If I stop at 32, it means I expect at least 32. But you can also bet on the fact that I don't like to put bottles back. If I pull it out, I'm going to use it. So it's probably more than 32 because I can see what's in that barrel and I have a pretty good idea of how much is in there. Catch up a little bit more. You do have a hot tub on the patio porch. Ooh, that's a great idea. I'll be comparing bottles now for that extra dram. Dustin's back in the house. Nice. And Joe has lost his mind. I've damn near lost my mind. A good point, Dustin. Thank you for noticing. um, Fastest I went to Fort Worth was 28 hours. 28 hours in the car. That sounds about right. Let's see. I need to drain this out. Looky there. I got a whole nother bottle right there. Boom. Oop. Get in there. There we go. Get up in there. Stay. Good, 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 good. All right. That is now 12 additional bottles above the 240. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, damn it. That'll be 16. Martin's back. Makes me nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous. He's a good guy. It's good to have him back. He's been in Czechoslovakia or Czech Republic for a long time now. It's good to have him back. He's checking something over in the septic tank on the other side. I hope everything's okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 16. This is 20. 2, 3, 4. All right, catch up on chat for a second. I was doing the math. Vanessa, this is our Boomtown Bourbon. That is the variety. 600 milliliters. I was going to get there eventually. I was just doing it in my head. It would be 5 ounces out of every short bottle. I don't know what I was exactly calculating. So 8/10 of a fifth, and I was calculating a fifth, 1/5. That's 2/10 times 8. 8/10, 8. That's 0.4 tenths. I don't know what the hell I was going with that. 5,500 miles in 96 hours, the second week in April 1985. DFW to Del Rio to Little Rock to here in Connecticut and Winter Haven. Jesus Christ. Parking lot and back to DFW across 7 days on. Whew. Crikey. Whew. That's a lot of driving. You see, I prefer my road trips to be at a much more leisurely pace. The kind of road trips where you stop and smell the roses and look at the roadside attractions and take a picture next to the world's biggest shovel and the world's biggest ball of rubber bands or uh-oh, we're getting close. We're all right. See all that air in the line? That is indication that we are almost at the end of the road. Almost at the end of the road. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 28. I think these might be the last full bottles we get. There we go. That's it. There's nothing left down there but just a little bit of a... Well, that's it. So we got 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 28. Almost 30. In fact, if I put this one in here, like so, that would be 29. If I put this one in here, that would be 30. And if I put this one in here, that would be 31. We got 271 bottles and a half. Cheers. God damn, that is delightful. That is delightful. Whew. Yep. Job well done. Job well done. Pedito. The hell does pedito mean in Spanish? Pedito. Come on. Pedito. In English means order. Numero de pedido is number of order. Okay. I have about 5 ounces left over. Yep. Yeah. It's probably a little bit more than 5 ounces. I don't know. That's a good observation there, Ben. So 271 bottles is what I got out of it. Oldest sister plucked me a Pontiac. The U.S. Air Force Base Del Rio. Her home is in Little Rock. Mom and dad in Connecticut, and our adopted grandparents in Florida. Holy cow! That's like all opposite corners of the whole fucking planet. Little Rock to Alaska to Connecticut to Jesus Christ. It's tough getting the last of the whiskey out of the bottom of the barrel. But because we filtered it 3 times, the bottom of the barrel in this case is pretty damn clean. It's not like the first batches we did back at the old facility where the bottom of the barrel was literally just the bottom of the barrel. We were scraping it out. So it's good to know. I'm glad to know that I have more than I thought I had. This is the amount that I guess I can keep in the distillery. But 20. Let's see here. 271. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4. 4, 2. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. There we go. And I'm glad you like the way to see how this works. I mean, this is not at all like how obviously how a big factory works. You know, people don't touch the bottles in Jim Beam. They're not, unless it's like to inspect them or whatever. The handcrafting and whatnot that goes into all this, I mean, if y'all were watching earlier today, my hands, I don't want to gross you out too much, but my hands go into this whiskey. I mean, I'm touching it, I'm crafting it, I'm doing stuff to it, I'm doing stuff with it. I am intimately involved in every step of this process. I lift the barrels up and put them on the blending barrel. I'm picking them up, I'm moving them over here, I'm tasting them, I'm doing all the thing. I'm not tasting the barrel. I'm tasting the whiskey that comes out of the barrel. That'd be gross. Barrels taste like wood. But I'm doing all the stuff. This is, this is as opposite of a factory made whiskey as you could possibly get. When you talk about a cottage industry, this is as close to you to being in a cottage distillery as you can be without actually being a fucking moonshiner. Oh, this is so cool. Look at the top of this bottle. There's little bubblies in this bottle. And you can see it streaking out of the top as the bubbles kind of went up to the top. So they're all kind of washing, slowly working. Of course, I turned it on its side, so you probably couldn't see it. They're slowly working their way up to the neck. It's kind of cool. Now, there's also a little secret of mine. I don't know if they do this frequently in other distilleries, but this is something that I always do in my distillery. I stack my stuff up on the tables in units of 12, rows of 12, so that I can take an easy glance and see how much I've done, how much I have. Because I know that table's 10 cases. This table is 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cases and a half, 3/4, 7 twelfths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So it's 12 cases plus 7 bottles. Those are mine. Dibs. Job well done. Job well done. All right. Let's catch up on chat real quick. Polska Bob. There he is. I want to have a YouTuber-palooza, a whiskey tuba-palooza here at the distillery. Invite all the whiskey tubers down. Have a little camp out, barbecue, all the shit. If you had all of the 5 ounce, give or takes, from every distillery at the end of bottling, you would have a ton of bourbon. When candling eggs by hand, one is supposed to pick up 2 eggs in each hand. From my food inspection days. USDA regional director covered Louisiana. Part of Texas and Arkansas offered me a job the day he came to my office to visit. Cool. Yeah, no. The labeling's not going to be done probably till tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow late morning. Each gallon of... Now, these labels I may have to do by hand. I'm going to try and see if they can come through the machine, but the labels are oriented sideways. So these labels, instead of being horizontally, or instead of being oriented this way, they're oriented this way. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to use the machine. I may have to label each one of these physically by hand. We'll see. I don't know. Peach Cow whole milk delivered on a contract for 10 years, being shorted by 2 ounces on every whole milk gallon. How many gallons were on the short? Jesus Christ. I don't know. I need to get a pen and a piece of paper and work it out. That's a lot. 3,000 gallons of milk delivered twice a week, Tuesday and Saturday delivery. So that's 6,000 gallons of milk. Goddamn mosquito on me. What the fuck is wrong with you, you son of a bitch? 6,000 times 2 ounces would be 12,000 gallons for 10 years. 120,000 ounces. 120,000 ounces. Right? 3,000 times 2 is 16. Or 60. 60 times, I guess 52 times a week times 3,000. Don't you mean eat all the Brussels? Oh, goodness. All right. 7:30. That is a good looking bottle of whiskey there. It's not as dark as the rye. Is it as dark as my other bourbon? Is it as dark as my half batches that I did? It's a little bit darker. Just a shade, just a light shade darker. Look at that. Can you, does that come through? Can you see that? It's just a little bit darker. This is the new stuff. This is the previous batch. It's just a hint, excuse me, a hint darker. I'll put it on a white backdrop. I can see it. I can see it. It's just a notion darker. Just a suggestion. It's definitely darker though. If I look at it compared to my Special Reserve, it's even darker than Special Reserve. Fucking A, awesome. I love it. The color is amazing. The color is amazing. The taste is amazing. I don't have any bottles of rye back here. I have a half a bottle of rye. I think the rye is probably darker. Yeah, the rye is definitely darker. But that's okay. The rye should be darker. I had that double oaked for or 2.5 years plus double oaking for another 6 months or 3 months, the equivalent of 7.5 years in the barrel. It should be darker. Oh God, job well done, old man. Job well done. Job well done. All right, let's get this out of the way. Reclaim my tables. Ugh. Ooey. Get over here. In there. Get in there. All right. Where'd you go? Ah. The satisfaction of a good day's work and a job well done. You don't get that working at a bank. Actually, that's not true. I did get that working at a bank. I set up and organized the Tennessee Master Trust and Georgia Master Trusts for our funeral department and got it all set up and signed off on, confirmed and finalized. Major clients signed off on it and agreed to the format a week before that rat bastard fired me. And they didn't do any of the they didn't even use any of the fucking work that I put into it. They just walked away and let it wither and die. I should have taken that whole setup to another organization, sold it to them so they could have the master trust in 2 states and take all that business away from Regions Bank. Well, but I didn't because I had more important things to do, and then the apocalypse happened, so. That was a job well done. It felt good to have all of the sign-off, all of the agreements, everybody on board. All we needed to do was start transferring the assets. And all that work was done for somebody else. Waste of time and energy and talent. But no more. Now I'm wasting my time and energy and talent on myself. To sit down and do taxes for the next 2 months. You hear that, my boy? Taxes. My accent. Get high on my own supply and listen to my own voice and just amuse myself. I don't think I'm going to do all of this tonight. It's almost 8 o'clock. I will have been working now for 10 solid hours as of 8 o'clock. I think it's probably time to knock off and relax. Play some fucking Jackbox or something. If Seriously Podcast is still on the party. How many food inspectors missed or fraudulently did their jobs before I showed up in 1981? 5 inspectors at 4 years of station, so 10 years and 10 inspectors. 4,875 ounces short. Hence, the oldest and largest dairy producer in the region went out of business. All assets sold off, and certain officers of said business went to Fed Pro. Holy shit, girl. You're the fucking Grim Reaper. Gee, gods. The Grim Reaper comes in. Because I was called the Grim Reaper too. Because part of my job was to make an account profitable or get it on somebody else's books. So I would do a couple of things. I would warn them, your fees are going to go up in the new year. And then tell them, you'll probably be better off with a new trustee. Let me help you find someone. I'd call some of my contacts and I'd say, hey, these guys, they need a local small business trustee. Can you hook them up? They're like, yeah, we could do that. I'd be like, excellent. You're officially somebody else's problem. I liked my clients, though. Most of them were really fun to work with. They were just good, decent, honest, small business owners who were providing a service to their community. Some of them inherited their businesses. Some of them built them from the ground up. Most of them were second or third generation funeral home owners or cemeterians. And most of them were actively trying to build their business. Some of them were just, coasting. But there were very few, very rare, when you'd receive a business as an inheritance and just kind of coast your way through and just like, they'd be like, yep, we're the only funeral home in town. They're just going to, where else are they going to go? We're the only cemetery in town. Where else are they going to get buried? We're the only funeral home in town. Where are they going to go? Somebody dies, we just go pick them up. We're the only game in town. And that was relatively easy in those super duper small towns. It was easy to do that, but it was in the late 90s that kind of changed because even in the small towns, the funeral home operators were getting challenged by crematory operators, and cemeteries would be challenged by funeral homes, and funeral homes would be challenged by cemeteries because funeral homes would build niche walls. And a niche wall is basically a filing cabinet, for lack of a better term, where you'd store ashes of dead people. Big vertical cemetery. Where cemeteries build holes in the ground, niches, funeral homes would build holes in walls. So you think of like a cubby holes at a elementary school, but instead of having juice boxes and backpacks and stuff like that, you'd have people in them. Well, ashes of people, cremains specifically. Just scratch your nose. Two persons outside my door, actually 2 USAF OSI agents waiting for my signal. He was offering a bribe. Good job. I mean, yeah, really true. True. I mean, they were doing what they were doing, and that was what you were supposed to do. I mean, you didn't put him in jail. You just set off the beacon. But man, you could have gotten a multi-$1,000 bribe. Probably multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars. Take the bribe and then put him in jail. The second time. They're like, no, you can't bribe me this time. Bribe me once, shame on you. Bribe me twice, shame on me. Wait. No. Bribe me once, shame on... No, it was right the first time. Bribe me once, shame on you. Bribe me twice, shame on me. I said I wasn't going to do this, didn't I? I literally just said, I'm not going to do this tonight. It's probably time to shut it down. and do Jackbox. Didn't I say that? I said those words did come out of my mouth, right? So what else do we talk about while I'm doing this? Got in a discussion the other day about this. You'll appreciate this one, Vanessa. 0.99 repeating equals 1. It's counterintuitive because they are two different numbers, right? But 1 divided by 3 is 0.3 repeating. And this is where the fallacy comes into play. 1 divided by 3 is 0.3 repeating. 1 over 3 times 3 is 1. 0.3 repeating times 3, 0.9 repeating. Seems reasonable, right? Except it's not true. 1 divided by 3 is indeed 0.3 repeating, but 0.3 repeating times 3 is not 0.9 repeating. It can't be. What? Yeah. 3 times 3 is 9, though. No, that's irrelevant. Because when you look, I mean, there's two different ways of looking at it. And you know this, Vanessa. Everyone else may not. Anthony Wenzel's in the house. Cheers, Anthony. All those 10 some certain USAF inspectors, and when you say USAF, you mean United States Agricultural oh no, you mean US Air Force, because US Air Force was actually okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay. But 1/3 0.3 repeating. You can't multiply 0.3 repeating times a number. But there's another way of looking at it. 0.9 repeating. In order for a number to not equal another number, it has to be a condition such that there's a number in between those two numbers, right? So for A to equal B, has to be the case that there's no such number C that you can add to A to equal a number that is B, right? So there's no such number in between 0.9 repeating and 1, because every time you try to add something to 0.9 repeating, there's another 0.9, and it continues down the road to an infinitely small number of 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It never quite gets to 1 at the end of that, because it never stops repeating. There's always another 9 there, always another number. It's not an infinitely small number. It's no number at all. No number exists such that 0.9 repeating plus x equals 1. There's no such x. X is an empty set of a void. It's not infinitely small. It's non-existent. So that's one way of looking at it. The concept of 0.9 repeating. There's no space. There's no such number x where 0.9 repeating plus x equals 1. No such number. Does not exist. On that timeline, Thanos never snapped his fingers. There's no Ultron. Does not exist. However, what I think is more accurate is that you simply cannot multiply 0.3 repeating times 3. That's the fallacy. That's like dividing by 0. You can't do it. And the reason you can't do it is because in order to multiply 0.3 repeating, math is a sequential set of rules. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. It's a sequential set of rules. You can't break the sequence. You have to do A, then B, then C, then D, then E, then F, etc., all the way to Z. And if there's still stuff to do, it's A prime, B prime, etc., etc., etc. And you cannot move to B unless you've completed A. You cannot move to C unless you've completed B. So you can't multiply 0.3 repeating unless you finish repeating the 0.3. The ... is a process. It's a process that tells you to add another 3. Add another number. Add another number. Okay, but I want to well, hold on, before you do that, add another number. Add another number until you're done. When am I done? Infinity. That's when you're done. Infinity. Just like multiplying the square root of 2. It's an infinite number, a non-repeating infinite number. Multiplying pi. You can't multiply pi and get an exact number because pi repeats, or it doesn't repeat. It goes on infinitely without repeating. You can't. So you have to either represent pi as a symbol or estimate pi as 3.14159, etc., etc., etc. So you can never accurately multiply by pi. You can multiply by the symbol pi. You can multiply to a very specific degree of accuracy, but still not 100% accurate, because it's an estimate. In the same way, you can't multiply 0.3 repeating, because if you multiply 0.3 repeating by 3, you get 0.9999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. A specific number, you get a specific outcome. Some number of 9s, but not 9 repeating. Ergo, 0.9 repeating doesn't actually exist as a function of 0.3 repeating. Ergo, 0.9 repeating is simply a concept that we invented as shorthand to multiply 0.3 repeating times 3, because we can multiply 1/3 times 3. But you can't really multiply 0.3 repeating by 3, because you can't really stop the process of adding another 3. But if you continue the process of adding another 9, adding another 9, adding another 9, adding another 9, you will still have a number that equals 1. Because there's no such number, x, that you can add to 0.9 repeating that equals 1. Because any such number that you would add to 0.9 repeating does not exist. Because if you add a number x to 0.9 repeating, it's already untrue because you added another 9. Fucking awesome, isn't it? That concept, like the first time I saw it, I was like, bullshit. Wait a minute, let me think about this. I mean, granted, they're 2 separate numbers. But really, 0.9 repeating as a function of 0.3 repeating doesn't exist. It just does not exist. And it's the only circumstance It's the only circumstance in which a number well, not the only circumstance, but it's a circumstance in which a number we think exists that we can represent, what we think is with math, exists, but it doesn't, because the math used to represent it is incorrect. It's like those proofs they use to make A equals B. Watch, this is how we do it. They do all the math, and it ends up somewhere in the formula. They divide it by 0. This is how you make 1 equal 2. And they do all this stuff, and ultimately, if you look at the actual proof, they end up dividing by 0. It's like, this is an invalid proof. The same way, 0.3 repeating times 3 is an invalid proof. If that is how they derive 0.9 repeating, it's untrue. It doesn't exist. It's an invalid proof. You can't do that math. It's like saying 1 times 6 equals 47. It's untrue. Anyway, I'm jabbering about math. Nope. Yeah, I know what the countability of a certain set is. But you can't multiply a repeating number. It's just like you can't multiply by pi. You have to eventually stop. You have to stop. You can only multiply by a representation of pi. You can't multiply by pi because pi never ends. Pi is you can multiply to a certain degree of accuracy, just like you said, multiply to a certain degree of accuracy. But 6 digits, 7 digits, 8 digits, 20 digits, 1,000 digits, but that's not pi. You can't multiply by pi. You can multiply by the concept of pi. You can multiply by the fraction, which is circumference over diameter over circumference, rather. But you can't actually multiply by the decimal that is pi. Can't be done. It's a hard concept to put your hands around, especially if you know math. Because you'll argue about it. You'll argue about it in your head all day long. Yeah, you can multiply repeating numbers. No, you can't. You can't. You cannot multiply a number that continues. You have to stop. At some point, you have to stop. You can't multiply by infinity. At some point, you have to stop the computation. And if you stop the computation and measure it, it's a different number. For example, 0.9 repeating does not equal 0.9. Doesn't equal 0.99. Doesn't equal 0.99999. It doesn't equal 0.99999999999. 0.9 repeating is larger than all of those numbers. It's larger than all of them. There's no such number 9. There's no such number 0.9, etc. that equals 0.9 repeating. Where n is the number of nines following the decimal place, there is no such number n that equals 0.9 repeating. There's no such number of n nines where 9 represents the number of digits beyond the decimal that equals 0.9 repeating. Unless n is infinite, in which case you can't accurately measure it because you can't stop measuring it. Hurts, doesn't it? You can absolutely give approximation to values, but approximation is not the value. 3.14 is not pi. 3.141 is not pi. 3.1415 is not pi. 3.14159 is not pi. None of those numbers is pi. They're approximations. They're estimated values. And the further out you go, the closer you get to accurate. But you're never quite accurate. You're never quite accurate. Hurts, doesn't it? Hurts a lot. It's not the way we like our math to be. We like our math to be a little cleaner than that. A little bit more definite. A little bit more exact. One thing doesn't equal another thing, especially if they're two different things. But in one specific circumstance, one thing equals the other thing. Because there's no space in between those two numbers. There's no number n, no number x, such that 0.9 repeating plus x equals 1. And if that number x does not exist, then 0.9 repeating must equal 1. It must. Yeah, there's no other option. And that's one of the really cool things about math. When there's no other option, and science in general, when there's no other option, the most improbable, implausible, uncomfortable solution, if there's no other option, that must be the solution. Unless there's something else. A third option. There's no third option when it comes to that. Oh, the third option is that 0.9 repeating doesn't exist. Just doesn't exist. But it does exist. It does. It does exist. And we know it exists because you can say it. 0.9 repeating. You can write it. It exists. You can bring it into existence. But as a mathematical formula, 1/3 times 3, that is not 0.9 repeating. 0.3 repeating times 3 is not 0.9 repeating. Unless it also equals 1. Because 0.3 repeating equals 1/3, and 1/3 times 3 equals 1. So, the first answer is it doesn't exist. That's an incorrect math. It doesn't exist the way you mathed it. And then the second answer is, well, if it does exist, then it must equal 1. You have no other options. It has to equal that. Because that's what the math says. That's one of my favorite things to do to piss off math people. Because I'm also a math people, and it pisses me off. It's the worst. The concept of 1 equaling 2 makes me mad. Makes me want to punch a calculator. You get here and intern and volunteer with me when I fill a bottle. How's your precision? How is your precision to the label amount? We are within 2 milliliters. We are within 2 milliliters. And you can actually see the precision on these bottles. The very bottom of the neck, you can actually see it. The very bottom of the neck, like right there at the curve, is right at 750. And I am just, this is probably 1 milliliter off. So right there, that's probably 1 milliliter off. The feds don't mind if you're a little heavy. They get really mad if you're a little light. So, you know, you can see this is right on. This is dead on 750. Right there at the bottom of it, that is dead on 750. Where the other one was about 1 extra milliliter, 2 tops. They don't care if you're heavy. They get really mad if you're light. But only if you're light at the store. And mostly it's because they want you to, you know, if you're selling 750, they want you to pack it 750 because they also base their proof gallons on 750. So if I'm packing it light, that means I'm selling more than I declared. And I'm selling whiskey without claiming the proof gallons. Because, you know, I claim the proof gallons and then bottle it up and it's gone. But if I sell an extra 20 bottles because I, you know, packed it light, then I've sold an extra 20 bottles. And you know, when you're doing thousands and thousands and thousands of bottles, like Jim Beam and those guys, couple or 5 milliliters adds up. That shit adds up to thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in excise tax. For me, it would be twos and twos of dollars. You know, two milliliters over the course of 200 bottles isn't even a whole fucking bottle. If I packed it light for 200 bottles, that'd be 400 milliliters. That's nothing. That's not even a bottle. It'd make no difference to me. So, but if I was doing it over thousands of bottles, like I said, it adds up. You know, these people who do thousands of bottles a day, tens of thousands of bottles a day, if they're calibrated to go to 745 milliliters instead of 750, those 5 milliliters over 10,000 bottles is 50,000 milliliters. 50,000 milliliters is a day is, what is that, 5 times a week? 250,000 milliliters, 50 weeks a year, 52 weeks a year. Because they run those factories 24/7. So 52 times 250,000 divided by 750. You know, you're talking thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of bottles, millions of bottles. And if your excise tax is, what is it, $3 a bottle, some shit like that? $2.50 a bottle. I think it's $2 a bottle is the excise tax. $2.14. No, it's $2.15 a gallon. It's like, so 50 cents, let's say, 45 cents a bottle. I'd have to look back at those numbers. I can't really remember off the top of my head. So we're talking a couple $1 million a year of money that the feds don't get. It's a lot of fucking money. Eventually, it's a lot of money. plus or minus 2. Yeah, we don't like to expect products such as 8.6 ounces per gallon whole milk, and you short each container 2 ounces per gallon. Oh yeah, I mean precision matters. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I could sell an extra, 20 bottles, I would. I would absolutely sell an extra 20 bottles. If I could squeeze out an extra bottle or two, but I can't. There's not enough. There's just not enough in this particular situation. I would have to short a bottle by a noticeable amount in order to squeeze out a whole nother bottle from a batch the size that we're doing. And I would rather take that little extra amount that I have left and add it to these bottles a little bit at a time. Add an extra couple of milliliters to it. So I didn't have any left over, but I don't know how much I'm going to have left over at the end, and I'm not going to crack these open and add an extra couple milliliters to it. But yeah, they only really get pissy if I'm shorting it. They want it to be accurate. The proof has to be within 2 degrees, 2 proof points when they measure it. Has to be within 2 proof points, and the weight has to be within 2 milliliters, I believe. So if I say it's 90 proof, it has to be between 88 and 92. If I say it's 750 milliliters, it has to be between, I think it's 2 degrees, 748 and 752. Crazy gun laws every legislative from UPS. My 4 medium packages are delayed. Aw, poop. Hey, Vanessa McClune. Canada's looking to ban open carry and limit firearms purchase of 1 a month. Huh. I'm only allowed to sell 2 bottles of whiskey per person per month. There's a lot of loopholes in that, a lot of interpretation. You mean I can't buy me an Arsenal on Tuesday? No, sir. Got to come back next month and buy your next piece. I don't think I see any problem with that. I mean, if you're a collector, you collect. You collect it over time. I didn't buy all my comic books all at once. I mean, if they're okay with telling women they can only get an abortion, shouldn't have any problem telling men they can only get 1 gun. And they should have an invasive ultrasound before they're allowed to buy that gun. An unwanted medical procedure. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take a wand and shove it in a place that they don't want it to be. Good for the goose and all that. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have room for 5? I don't think so. I'm going to push these down just a little bit. Let's see here. That'll do. Should be able to get 2 extra rows in. Just like so. There we go. I'm just moving the bottles down on this other table And then we'll get on with Jackbox. I know I said I was going to do it like an hour ago, but, you know, I got busy. It's kind of tough when you like your job. To stop doing it. When you don't like your job, it's hard to start. When you do like your job, it's hard to stop. Let's see here. Move you over. Move you over. There we go. All right, that should be plenty of space. Plenty of space. Blacksmith's turn. Definitely round from the Jackbox. Fantastic. How many multiply by 10 for each round? Legislature submits stuff to the legislature. Governor submits stuff to the legislature. But the legislature must take that submission, write up a bill. Weapon carry is not done here because anyone who sees you carry a weapon, call the police in panic. They take your weapon and your permit away for panicking the public. See, what I don't get is why not open carry? I mean, if you're gonna, when I was running the fireworks stand, I had the gun that I needed that I used for protection overnight because I was sleeping in a fucking weapons arsenal. I put it up on the shelf behind us at the fireworks stand. I put it behind a box, but then we sold that box. And it was just sit up on the shelf. And my kid was like, "You've got a gun up there." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. It's a deterrent because they can see it. It's right there. Don't start any shit." Right? If I had it hidden, well, they don't even know it's there. It can't be a deterrent if they don't know it's there. It's like a bear trap. You don't want to deter the bear trap or the bear from going into the trap, so you hide the trap. But if it's there out in the open, the bear can see it, smell it, and avoid it. Probably not smell it because it's just metal. But you know what I mean. They see it, they avoid it. It's a deterrent. They're like, "Oh no, that's bad. Owie human stuff. Back away." There's a reason cops don't hide their guns. I mean, if you really want it to be a deterrent, if carrying a weapon on your person is supposed to be a deterrent for somebody to mess with you, then you kind of gotta show it off. You gotta have it on your belt or have it on your underarm holster or leg holster or somewhere they can see it. I'm a proponent of open carry. I think open carry is exactly what should be done. I don't like the idea of concealed carry. I mean, if you're the kind of person who needs personal protection, wants personal protection, or the kind of person who wants to protect others, we need to know who you are so that we can say, "Hey, I need help. You there with a gun, come and help me." Right? I mean, that's why police wear uniforms and badges and the hats and all the stuff, so that you can see them and say, "Hey, you, come help. I need help, Mr. Officer." They have the bright colored lights on their car and all the stuff, right? That's why hunters camouflage themselves so that they can't be seen. That's why undercover cops dress like the criminals that they're surveilling so that they can't be seen. That's why soldiers wear camouflage so that they can't be seen. That's why they have uniforms so they can be recognized by their own men. You know, that's how it ought to be. And if the community doesn't like people walking around with guns on their hip, well, the community should be able to set the standard and say, hey, look, you there, we don't want you around these parts because we think you're dangerous. We have a security squad. If you need security, call those guys. I mean, right? Because that would be an open deterrent to people. And it would normalize it. It would make people more comfortable. If you grow up around guns, if you grow up with them in the house, I mean, we've had shotguns and pistols and rifles. And, well, we never had rifles when I was a kid. I was the first person that I knew to have a rifle. My dad had shotguns. I've been shooting shotguns since I was 10. Um, I didn't shoot a rifle for the first time until I was in my 30s. When I went out and bought a deer rifle. Shot pistols when I was a kid. I mean, you grow up around them, you're not uncomfortable with them. But then there's certain people, there's plenty of people rather, that grew up with them and they're uncomfortable with them because they were used in violent crimes when they were kids. And they saw how they were used. And there can be communities that say, look, we don't need that. We don't want that. Not in our community. Like, communities should be able to set those kind of deed restrictions and standards. I'm not a big fan of community associations, homeowners associations, HOAs. I'm not a big fan of them in general, but I do like the idea of communities being able to set their. I don't like corporate run, third party run HOAs. I like HOAs that are run by the community for the community because those are reasonable, respectable HOAs. Those fucking third party corporate HOAs are the worst. Their entire job is to find violations and collect the fine and collect the fee. Their job is not to work with the homeowners and manage a community. They're the worst kind of fucking vultures on the planet. I hate them. I truly do. I hate them. They're the worst. But homeowners associations are publicly noted, which makes those public notices a deterrent to moving into those neighborhoods if you don't like those kind of homeowners associations. And if you conceal the fact that there's a homeowners association, it's not a deterrent at all. Because you don't know that they're there. You got to know it's there for it to be a deterrent, for it to be an effective deterrent. You know? Like Israel's nuclear arsenal. We don't know if it's actually there, so is it a deterrent? Not really. It's not really a deterrent. There's plenty of other things that are deterrents, like our nuclear arsenal, that's pointed at you, whether Israel's is or not. That's a deterrent. The entire U.S. Air Force. You know, the entire U.S. Air Force, the entire Marine Corps, U.S. Army, U.S. Navy. That's a fucking deterrent. Not Israel's fucking nukes. Nobody cares about Israel. Or their nukes, rather. Nobody cares about their nukes. Open carry handgun hunting is what they want me to do. Let me scan back through here. Open and concealed carry. Open carry gets you extreme harassment and arrest by police. Oh, that's because it's because of a double standard. That's because of a double standard. Especially if you're a minority, open carry gets you harassed by police. But there's also probably a reason for that. Because typically, well, I'm not going to say, typically crimes aren't committed by people open carrying weapons. Because that would be stupid. Walking around with a pistol on your hip and you go and hold up the Sunny Mart or the Quickie Mart, whatever. And then you're like, yeah, it was a guy with a pistol on his hip. That son of a bitch came in here carrying a rifle. That's pretty easy to spot a guy carrying a rifle. You're the guy with the rifle. there's no like not being profiled when you're walking around with a rifle and somebody just robbed a Quickie Mart with a rifle. Like, yeah, he's about yay big and he has a rifle. He has a rifle? Okay, it should be easy to spot him. No, I'm a big fan of open carry. I think that should be the only legal public carry. I mean, I'm not so crazy as to be like, you have to have it in your hand. No, I think you should definitely have it visible. You should have it visible and wear some kind of badge on your chest that says, that you're a licensed carrier of a firearm. Like you're some kind of a militia. Yeah, I passed the militia test. I'm part of an organized militia. This is my weapon. This is my rifle and this is my gun. This is for shooting and this is for fun. But that way, people will know you're qualified to preserve the peace. You're qualified to be called on should assistance be needed in an active shooter situation or a conflict situation. You're qualified to be called upon because that's what you're doing, right? You're walking around with a gun. You're telling people, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I'm able to help. If something happens, I'm ready. Always ready. I think that should be the assumption. Somebody, you're sitting at a diner and somebody busts in, waving a gun around, holds up the place. You should be, if you're there, if you're carrying if you're the type of person who goes around with a gun on them, everybody in the diner should be able to look at you and say, just like if you were a doctor and somebody's choking, and they look to you and say, "Do something, doctor." If somebody breaks into the restaurant or busts through the front door of the restaurant, holds the place up, puts a gun to the head of the cashier, says, "Give me all your money," they should be able to look to you and say, "You, peace officer, person with a gun, guy who can protect the community, do something." And they should have the expectation that you are fully qualified, capable, and willing to take action. And if you're not willing to do that, you shouldn't be walking around with a fucking gun. Just like you shouldn't be walking around with a stethoscope if you're not a doctor. Because otherwise, it's just cosplay, right? You walk around with a plastic sword. Hell, walk around with a plastic gun. Put a plastic gun on your hip. That's deterrent, right? You're not willing to do anything and just walking around showing it off to make sure that people don't mess with you. What could possibly go wrong? Hell, a plastic gun would probably be safer than a real gun. But if it's hidden, if you've got it underneath your jacket, hidden away, well, nobody knows that you're some kind of vigilante hero. Nobody knows that you're willing to protect them. Nobody knows that you're the person to run behind if somebody starts shooting at church or at Denny's or at school. Nobody knows that you're the one who's supposed to be the hero because you've got your gun hidden. They don't know. They can't see it. They don't know you can protect them. And if somebody breaks into the place, you're at the bank, somebody breaks in, they certainly don't know that you're there with a gun because you've got it hidden. You've got it concealed. How do they know that this is not the bank that they should attack? How do they know? How are you preventing it? You're not. They can't see you. They can't see your gun. They can't see your weapon. They have no reason to think that this attack is going to be thwarted. So you're not preventing anything. It's no deterrent. It's no prevention. It can't be. Just like a cop in a speed trap, sitting behind a bush or under behind a sign, isn't preventing speeding. A cop in a speed trap, just hiding on the side of the road, isn't preventing. He's trying to catch people who's speeding. He's not preventing anything. He's trying to catch them after the fact. I mean, it should be as clear. You should like some kind of red sash, maybe a red reflective sash, and some kind of medallion around your neck or on your chest, pinned to a brooch, maybe. It says "Protector" or something. They got to know that you're there to protect everybody in the bank, along with the security guard and the cops and the security cameras and bulletproof glass and the alarm, and the gates, and the uh, safe, and the locks, and the automatic fencing. Yeah, you're there to protect everybody. Like, I mean, I'm a big fan. I think it should be more readily obvious. Because when you go into a guarded base, they're right there. The guards, they're right there at the front. They're wearing their very serious look on their face. They have their long weapons. They have a little booth. They have a little arm that drops down in front of your car, and they come out and they ask for your ID and all that stuff. I mean, you know who those people are. They're not just random people coming in off the street. You know who they are. You look in, you go, oh, you're the guard. You're special people. You're the guards. You're here to protect this place. That's awesome. Thank you. In the same way, when I go into Starbucks, if I see the person with the red sash and the medallion and their pistol on their hip, I know that person is there at that Starbucks to protect me and my mocha latte. If anybody decides to come in and try and rob my mocha latte, I know that there's that guy with the red sash and the clearly displayed weapon. I can say, when somebody comes in and says, everybody get down, nobody be a hero, I can say, well, that guy's going to be a hero because he's got the hero sash. Do something, hero. And then the hero can do something and protect us all, because that's what they do. And we should know who it is, because we shouldn't expect the barista to be competent with a pistol. They're barely competent with a cash register. Maybe a cape? Nah, cape's too much. But maybe a cape, maybe spurs. Certainly a sash and a medallion. Special medallion. Says civil protector. Or maybe something along the lines of protect and serve, maybe. Maybe. Such a fucking smartass. Yeah, we're still doing Jack Bucks later. States have been passing all over, must not be infringed since our founding. Let all teachers be armed, period. Let everyone be armed. I mean, not just the teachers. Let's arm the students too. I mean, there's nothing better than teachers and students in a like. There's only in a typical high school. There's only like what 4 grades, 2, 8. There's probably only like 30 or 40 teachers in your typical high school, but there's hundreds of students. Arm the students. They should be issued calculators and pistols on day one. Here's your trapper keeper and your pistol. Trapper keeper and your pistol. Trapper keeper and your pistol. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Because there's so many more students. And if more guns makes us more safer, you should definitely arm the students. Because what could possibly go wrong? And if every student in the high school has every student in the school in general has a gun, then you don't even need to have like the special sashes and medallions and stuff like that, because every single one of them is the special hero. And what could possibly go wrong? But if they're going to leave the school, they have to have their special sash and medallion to show people that they are definitely the hero that they've all been waiting for to protect the gas station. Because never, ever, ever has a legally owning, a lawful gun owning individual, never, ever, ever has a lawfully gun owning individual committed a crime ever. Booyah! So we just make it, so that everybody can lawfully own a gun. And then they'll never commit a crime. Piece of cake. Solve the problem. Glad to be here to help solve the world's issues, kids. That is all of the whiskey. We got a serious sag in this table. Whew. Yeesh. That is a serious sag. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Can I carry or have weapons stored in a vehicle with certain properties? I must be at work or healthcare. Oh. All right. Let's go picture in picture. Pick and pick. When was the last time you heard of an active shooter incident in Ohio? How about I Google that? Is it active shooter Ohio? Active shooter at OSU. Wait, is that happening right now? Ohio State University was shot and killed. Oh, that was 2016. So November 28, 2016. That was the Ohio University. Holy shit. Active shooter. Toledo Police Department active shooter. This was Toledo Police Department active shooter. That's a active shooter response training. A mass shooting, Ohio. So 2016 would be the answer to that question, Mike. 2019, Dayton shooting. On August 4th, 2019, 24-year-old Connor Betts shot and killed 9 people, including his transgender brother, and wounded 17 others near the entrance of the Ned Peppers Bar in the Oregon district of Dayton, Ohio. Betts was fatally shot by responding officers 32 seconds after the first shots were fired. Number of deaths 10. Date August 4, 2019. So there you go. Just about 5 years ago. Category: mass shootings in Ohio. Wikipedia. Chardon High School, Cincinnati nightclub, 2018 Cincinnati, 1933 Cleveland, Columbus nightclub, 2011 Copley Township shooting, 2019 Dayton shooting, Massillon High School shooting, Pike County shooting, Success Tech Academy shooting, West Jefferson shooting, Wycliffe Middle School shooting. So there's a few. January 23rd, 2012. Oh, that's this is let's organize by state here. Mississippi, Louisiana. This is mass shootings in 2023. January 1, 2023, January 13, 2023, both in Ohio. So there you go. To answer your question, about 10 days ago. Keep and bear arms. Rawr, bear arms. uh, so that answers the question, I guess. May remove some of these infringements. Police have no duty to protect. Yeah, that's kind of true, and they proved that in Uvalde when they also answered the question, how many dead children is acceptable? 23 is apparently the answer, because there were 23 in the room that they stood outside of and did nothing while the gunman was in there just killing people willy-nilly. So there you go. Where was it? Let's see here. January. I don't know where it was. It just says January 1. Just says the incident. Ohio, January 1, January 13. 2 this year. Mass shootings. Let's see here. January 13. Whoops. Mass shooting, Ohio. Probably someone's house is my guess. It's probably some dude who had a shitty day, came home and killed his family. If I had to guess, because that's what most mass shootings are. Some guy, almost always a guy, has a shitty day and comes home and murders his family. So I can't find the details, but January 14, 2023. How does a child become a shooter? Aftermath of a shocking incident in which a first grader shot and seriously injured a teacher. Yeah, definitely arm the teachers. At a school in Newport News, Virginia, the city's mayor asked the question, how did this happen? Child took the gun from his home and the firearm was legally purchased by his mother. That's good stuff. That's just good stuff right there. That's just great. They're so simple, even a kid can use them. Okay. By state, 1982 to 2023. That's depressing. I don't want to keep reading these things. 3 or more persons being killed during one. Yeah, I know exactly what a mass shooting is, Mike. And most mass shootings are when some dude comes home and murders his whole fucking family. He kills his kids, he kills his wife, he kills himself. That is a mass shooting, and that's how most mass shootings happen in the United States. Most of them, not all of them. Most of them, the vast majority of them. No, I didn't miss your comment. I saw that you moved the goalposts because you said when was the last mass shooting incident in Ohio, and I said 10 days ago. And you said, well, I mean in a school. Well, you moved the goalpost, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. People can think that teachers with guns prevent school shootings, but it doesn't. Um, all right. So I'm done with this. The next thing to do is to label these beautiful bottles of whiskey. They're all sealed. They're all corked. I'll label them tomorrow. So it's 8:41. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close this stream and open up my restream stream. So get in 20 minutes at 9 o'clock. I'll open up the live restream forum show, and we will carry on the party. We will carry on the party. I had a mass shooting year in town 3 years ago. Dad killed everyone and his daughter and his daughter's girlfriend because she was a lesbian. Yeah, see, some dude has a shitty day and he kills everybody in the house. That is, I swear to God, that is at least 60% of all the mass shootings in the United States. Dude has a shitty day, kills his family. That's how it. That's welcome to America. Welcome to America. Okay, so tomorrow, bright and early, I'll get up and we'll start labeling these guys. We'll go with Jackbox. I'm going to close this stream and we'll open up the next stream. And we'll see what we go. 72 hours, baby. 72 hours. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I will see you again in about 20 minutes. Good night.